Today, I've prepared the biography of Anne Frank. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, pulling the covers up just right, let your mind drift to the gentle story of a young girl whose diary touched millions. Anne Frank's story, though filled with challenges, reminds us of the resilience of the human spirit. Her words have crossed continents and generations, bringing wisdom and perspective to readers everywhere. Tonight, as your breathing slows and your muscles relax, we'll explore the short but meaningful life of this remarkable young writer. Let the soft rhythm of her story guide you toward peaceful dreams and restful sleep in the gentle glow of morning light that once filtered through Amsterdam's tall windows. A special child came into this world. On a calm summer day, the 12th of June in 1929, Anneliese Marie Frank was born to Otto and Edith Frank in the quiet city of Frankfurt, Germany. Little Anne, as she would come to be called, arrived as a second daughter, joining her older sister Margit, who was already 3 years old at the time. The Frank family apartment filled with soft whispers of joy and tender moments as they welcomed this new precious life. Otto Frank, Anne's father, was a thoughtful and caring man who had served in the German army during the First World War. After those difficult years of conflict had passed, he had established himself as a businessman, managing the family bank and later founding a company that sold herbs and spices for cooking. He was a gentle soul with kind eyes that crinkled when he smiled, a man who believed deeply in the importance of education and culture. In the evenings, he would often read stories aloud, his voice warm and soothing as it filled their comfortable home. Edith Frank, Anne's mother, was a woman of quiet strength and careful attention to detail. She came from a family that valued tradition and proper manners. With patient hands, she maintained their household with loving care, ensuring that both her daughters were raised with good values and a sense of responsibility. She would often brush Anne's dark hair in long, gentle strokes before bedtime, a ritual that brought comfort to the young girl as she drifted toward sleep. The early years of Anne's childhood unfolded in a Germany that was changing around them. The soft nursery rhymes and lullabies that filled the Frank home stood in stark contrast to the growing tensions in the streets outside. The economic hardships that had followed the First World War had left many people struggling, and this difficulty gave rise to resentment and the search for someone to blame. In 1933, when Anne was just 4 years old, a significant shift occurred as Adolf Hitler came to power in Germany. The Frank family, being Jewish, soon recognized that the changing political climate would make their lives increasingly difficult. Otto Frank, with his thoughtful foresight, began making arrangements to leave their homeland. Like autumn leaves gently drifting from trees, many Jewish families were quietly departing from Germany, seeking safer shores where they could continue their lives without fear. And so it came to pass that, in the summer of 1933, Edith took young Anne and Margaret to stay with their grandmother in Aachen, while Otto traveled ahead to establish a new business and home in Amsterdam, Netherlands. The girls would have felt the warm embrace of their grandmother during this transition time, perhaps not fully understanding the significance of these changes, but sensing the importance nonetheless. Amsterdam welcomed the Frank family with its picturesque canals and distinctive narrow houses leaning slightly forward against the sky. Anne, not yet 5 years old, found herself in a new world of different sounds and sights. The Dutch language floated around her like a gentle stream, unfamiliar at first, but soon to become as natural to her as breathing. The family settled into a spacious apartment on Merwedeplein, in a neighborhood where many other German Jewish refugees had also found sanctuary. Young Anne quickly adapted to her new surroundings, as children often do with their remarkable resilience. She began attending the nearby Montessori school, where the educational philosophy encouraged children to explore and learn at their own pace. Anne thrived in this environment. Her natural curiosity and expressive personality finding room to blossom like spring flowers opening to the sun. Those who knew Anne during these formative years often spoke of her vivacious nature. She was a child who loved to talk, to ask questions, to engage with the world around her with bright-eyed wonder. Her father would later recall how she would often come home from school with endless stories to share, her words tumbling out in excited waves as she recounted her day's adventures. Margaret, Anne's older sister, presented a gentle contrast to Anne's exuberance. More reserved and studious, Margaret excelled in her academics and carried herself with a quiet dignity. The sisters shared a bedroom in their Amsterdam apartment. Their whispered conversations in the darkness before sleep creating bonds that would sustain them through difficult times to come. The Frank family established comfortable routines in their new Dutch life. On weekends, they might take leisurely walks along Amsterdam's tree-lined canals, watching boats glide by on the water's surface. Perhaps they would visit the city's beautiful parks, where Anne could run and play among the carefully tended gardens. Otto would sometimes take his daughters to museums, nurturing their appreciation for art and culture with the same gentle care one might give to tender seedlings. Anne developed a circle of friends at school, her sociable nature drawing others to her like moths to a warm light. She enjoyed playing hopscotch and skipping rope, simple childhood games that filled the air with laughter and joy. In photographs from this time, we can see a smiling girl with dark hair and expressive eyes, often caught in mid-motion, embodying the carefree spirit of childhood. For her 10th birthday in 1939, Anne received a gift that would later become significant: a small autograph book bound in red and white checked cloth, though not yet the diary she would become known for. This gift reflected her family's understanding of her love for words and stories. Anne filled this book with the collected signatures and thoughts of her friends and family. Treasuring these personal connections, the Frank family's life in Amsterdam continued with a sense of normalcy, even as clouds gathered on the horizon of Europe. They celebrated Jewish holidays in their home, maintaining their cultural traditions with quiet dignity. Hanukkah candles would glow softly in the window during winter evenings, casting warm light on the family gathered around. Passover meals would bring extended family together around a table laden with symbolic foods and shared stories. In the spring of 1940, however, the relative peace of their Amsterdam life was disrupted when Nazi Germany invaded the Netherlands in May. The occupation brought immediate changes to daily life. Restrictions began to accumulate like fallen leaves in autumn, gradually covering the ground of normal existence. Jewish children were eventually required to attend separate schools, and Anne had to leave her beloved Montessori school to enroll in the Jewish Lyceum. Despite these changes, Anne continued to find joy in small pleasures. She developed a passion for movie stars and collected pictures of her favorites, pasting them carefully into scrapbooks. She enjoyed reading books that transported her to other worlds and times. Her father remembered how she would sometimes become so absorbed in a story that she seemed to disappear into its pages, her physical surroundings temporarily forgotten. On her 13th birthday, June 12, 1942, Anne received a special gift from her parents, a small diary bound in red and white checked cloth. This simple present would become her most treasured possession and eventually her legacy to the world. Anne's early diary entries reveal a girl on the cusp of adolescence, navigating the universal experiences of growing up, friendships, school challenges, and the beginning stirrings of interest in boys. Her writing voice was remarkably mature and insightful for her age, showing glimpses of the thoughtful young woman she was becoming. She wrote about everyday occurrences with a keen eye for detail and an emerging sense of humor. The Frank family's apartment on Merwedeplein was filled with books, music, and conversation. Otto and Edith encouraged both their daughters to develop their minds and talents, and showed an early interest in writing stories and poems, filling notebooks with her creative expressions. Perhaps in the quiet evenings, as the family gathered in their living room, one could hear Anne reading aloud from her latest composition, her voice rising and falling with the rhythm of her words. Anne's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of increasing restrictions for Jewish citizens under Nazi occupation. Yet, within the walls of their home, her parents strived to maintain a sense of normalcy and security. They celebrated birthdays with small gatherings of friends, sharing precious cake made with carefully rationed ingredients. They listened to radio broadcasts together, the soft music or spoken words filling their apartment with connections to the wider world. The neighborhood where the Franks lived was home to many other Jewish families, creating a community of shared experience. Anne would have seen familiar faces on her walks to school or on errands to local shops. Children played together in the courtyards between buildings, their games a continuation of childhood traditions that had existed long before the current troubles and would continue long after as restrictions tightened. Otto Frank began making careful preparations for the possibility that the family might need to go into hiding. With thoughtful foresight, he arranged a secret space in the building where he worked. Behind a bookcase that concealed a door, he gradually moved furniture and supplies into this space, preparing it as a refuge should the need arise. That need came sooner than they might have expected. In early July 1942, Margaret received a call-up, notice ordering her to report for relocation to a work camp. The family knew that this summons represented grave danger. With quiet determination, they enacted the plan they had prepared for. On the morning of July 6, 1942, Anne packed her most treasured possessions, including her diary, into a school bag. The family dressed in layers of clothing, as they could only take what they could wear without appearing suspicious. And so ended the visible childhood of Anne Frank, that bright, talkative girl who loved movies and books, who collected pictures of film stars, who wrote stories and shared them with friends. The apartment on Merwedeplein stood empty, waiting for a return that would never come. The school books on the desk, the clothes in the closet, the toys carefully arranged on shelves. All these tangible markers of a child's life were left behind as the family slipped away to their hiding place. What remained was Anne's inner life, which would continue to develop and deepen during the 25 months she would spend in hiding. Her diary would become the vessel for her thoughts, dreams, frustrations, and observations. In its pages, we can still hear the voice of that remarkable girl from Frankfurt who found a temporary home in Amsterdam. A voice that speaks to us across time with its humanity, its humor, and its hope. The early life of Anne Frank, from her birth in 1929 to her going into hiding in 1942, spans just 13 years. Yet, in that brief time, she experienced the universal joys and challenges of childhood, set against the particular historical circumstances that would ultimately shape her destiny. In remembering Anne, we remember not just the author of a famous diary, but a child who loved ice cream and movie stars, who sometimes quarreled with her sister, who dreamed of becoming a writer, who experienced the first stirrings of adolescent crushes. A real girl whose ordinary life became extraordinary through the power of her words. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle light of a late afternoon in Frankfurt, Germany, on June 12, 1929, a baby girl named Annalise Marie Frank entered the world, her arrival bringing joy to the Frank family home. To understand Anne Frank fully, we must trace back through the quiet streams of time that carried her ancestors forward to that moment. The Frank family's roots stretched deep into German Jewish soil, their story unfolding like a soft blanket of memories across generations. Otto Frank, Anne's father, was born on May 12, 1889, in Frankfurt am Main, a city whose medieval streets and flowing river had been home to a Jewish community for centuries. The Frank family had lived in this region since the 17th century, their presence a testament to the enduring nature of family bonds. Otto's father, Michael Frank, was a gentle soul who worked as a banker, his fingers moving carefully across ledgers in the quietude of his office. Michael had married Alice Stern, whose own family had established themselves as respected members of Frankfurt society. Their home was filled with books and conversation, the soft murmur of intellectual discussion, a constant backdrop to young Otto's childhood. Otto grew up in comfortable circumstances, his youth unfolding in the warm embrace of a cultured household, where education was valued above material possessions. The Frank family observed Jewish holidays with quiet reverence, lighting candles on Shabbat evenings while shadows danced across their dining room walls. Though not strictly religious, they honored traditions that connected them to countless generations before them. Otto would later bring this same balanced approach to Jewish identity into his own family, creating a home where cultural heritage was honored without rigid religious observance. As a young man, Otto studied briefly at Heidelberg University before the gentle flow of his life was interrupted by the harsh currents of World War I. He served in the German army, the experience broadening his worldview while deepening his appreciation for peace. After the war, Otto worked in his family's bank before eventually joining his father's company that sold throat lozenges and spices, the aromas of which would have filled his workdays with earthy scents. Anne's mother, Edith Hollander, was born on January 16, 1900, in Aachen, a border city whose ancient thermal springs had soothed travelers for centuries. The Hollander family had deeper religious roots than the Franks, their Judaism more central to their daily practices and identity. Edith's father, Abraham Hollander, was a successful businessman whose quiet dignity earned him respect throughout the community. Her mother, Rosa Stern Hollander, maintained a kosher household, the rhythms of Jewish observance marking time in their comfortable home near the Dutch border. Edith grew up surrounded by the gentle comforts that Abraham's successful business provided. The Hollander home was known for its warm hospitality, with Sabbath meals stretching into evening hours as conversation flowed like honey, sweet and nourishing. Edith absorbed her mother's meticulous attention to homemaking, Learning to create spaces of comfort and beauty. She was educated at a time when many girls were not, developing a love for literature that she would later share with her daughters. Her quiet temperament balanced the more outgoing nature that would later characterize her younger daughter, Anne. Otto and Edith's paths crossed in 1924 through family connections, their courtship unfolding with the unhurried pace of that era. They married in 1925, their union bringing together two families whose stories had developed separately, but shared the common threads of German Jewish experience. Their first home together was an apartment in Frankfurt's Marbetzweg, where they welcomed their first daughter, Margaret Betty, on February 16, 1926. The arrival of Anneliese Marie, soon called Anne, 3 years later, completed their family circle. The Frank family home was filled with books, music, and conversation. Otto, with his warm smile and patient demeanor, would read aloud to his daughters in the evenings, the soft cadence of his voice carrying them to worlds beyond their own. Edith maintained the household with quiet efficiency, her love expressed through carefully prepared meals and meticulously organized closets. Though more reserved than her husband, her devotion to her family was evident in countless small gestures. A hand smoothing a daughter's hair, a favorite dessert prepared for no special occasion, a bedtime story read in the soft glow of a bedside lamp. Family traditions wove through the fabric of the Franks' daily life. Friday evenings often brought the lighting of candles, the ancient ritual connecting them to generations past. Holiday celebrations were times of gathering, with extended family members arriving bearing dishes and gifts. Passover seders unfolded at a table set with Edith's finest china, the retelling of the Exodus story binding the family to their heritage as they dipped parsley in salt water and broke matzah together. Hanukkah brought the gentle glow of candles and the exchange of modest gifts, while Rosh Hashanah was welcomed with slices of apple dipped in honey for a sweet new year. The Frank family moved within a social circle that included both Jewish and non-Jewish friends, their home a place where differences were bridged through conversation and mutual respect. Otto's worldview, shaped by his wartime experiences and business travels, embraced a cosmopolitan outlook that he passed to his daughters. He believed in the essential goodness of humanity, a belief that would be severely tested in later years, but never fully extinguished. From their earliest years, both Frank girls were encouraged to read widely, to question, to form their own opinions. Otto's family library contained volumes of German classics, philosophical works, and international literature. Young Anne was particularly drawn to stories, her imagination kindled by tales of far-off places and extraordinary adventures. She would often be found curled in a chair by the window, lost in a book, as afternoon light filtered through curtains, dust motes dancing in golden beams around her. Family photographs from this time show a smiling Anne, her dark eyes bright with curiosity, often in motion, even when captured in still images. Margot, by contrast, appears more composed, her serious expression hinting at the studious nature that would make her an exemplary student. The sisters shared the bond of siblings, but were different in temperament. From the beginning, Margot following rules with natural ease, Anne questioning and challenging them with equal naturalness. The gentle rhythm of the Frank family life in Frankfurt continued until 1933, when the rise of National Socialism cast long shadows across their existence. Otto, with his businessman's foresight and his veterans' understanding of German nationalism's darker potential, began making plans to leave the country that had been his family's home for generations. The Netherlands, with its tradition of tolerance and its proximity to Germany, became their destination. The family moved to Amsterdam, where Otto established a business selling pectin, a fruit extract used in making jam. In Amsterdam, the Frank family settled into an apartment on Merwedeplein in the southern part of the city. The neighborhood was home to many German Jewish refugees, creating a community of shared experience. The girls enrolled in local schools, quickly learning Dutch and making new friends. Anne attended the 6th Montessori school, where her outgoing nature and quick mind made her popular with classmates and teachers alike. Photographs from this period show her smiling widely, often surrounded by friends, her dark hair framing a face alight with enthusiasm for life. The cultural threads of their German Jewish heritage continued to be woven into the fabric of their Dutch life. At home, German was still spoken alongside newly acquired Dutch. Family recipes traveled with them. Edith's special potato latkes, her cinnamon-scented apple cake, the chicken soup that simmered gently on Friday afternoons. Otto brought home books in German for his daughters, maintaining their connection to the literary heritage of their birth country, even as they embraced their new homeland. Extended family connections remained important, with letters traveling regularly between Amsterdam and those relatives scattered across Europe. Anne's grandmother, Alice Frankstern, lived with them briefly in Amsterdam before moving to Basel, Switzerland. Edith's mother, Rosa Hollander, joined the family in Amsterdam in 1939, bringing with her family heirlooms and stories that connected the girls to their roots. The gentle presence of a grandmother in the household added another layer to Anne's understanding of family and heritage. Family albums from this period reveal gatherings for birthdays and holidays. The faces of relatives, now dispersed across countries, coming together for celebrations. There were cousins from Switzerland, an uncle from England, friends who had also fled Germany. These occasions were marked by Edith's careful preparation. Special tablecloths brought out, recipes handed down through generations, prepared with loving attention to detail. Music often filled their home, with Otto playing the cello while guests sang songs in multiple languages, the melodies carrying memories of different times and places. Anne absorbed these influences like a sponge, her personality developing at the intersection of German heritage, Jewish tradition, and Dutch daily life. She was a child of multiple cultures, navigating between languages and customs with the adaptability of youth. In her diary, which she would later receive for her 13th birthday, this rich cultural background would inform her observations and reflections. The Frank family established new traditions in their Amsterdam life. Summers might include a trip to the beach at Zandvoort, where the girls built sandcastles as waves gently lapped at the shore. There were bicycle rides through city parks when spring brought tulips into bloom, the colors spreading across gardens like spilled paint. Winter evenings found them gathered around the radio, listening to music or news from abroad. The warm glow of lamps creating islands of light in the darkening room. Otto's business associates often visited their home, bringing perspectives from different backgrounds into the girls' awareness. Conversations at the dinner table might range from business matters to politics to literature, with the girls encouraged to listen, and increasingly, as they grew older, to contribute their own thoughts. This openness to ideas and exchange would later be reflected in Anne's writing. Her natural curiosity, nurtured by an environment that valued learning and discussion. As the political situation in Europe darkened, the relative safety of the Netherlands began to feel increasingly precarious. The Frank family, like many others, lived with a growing awareness that their security was fragile, yet daily life continued. There were school lessons to complete, friends to meet, books to read, meals to share. Otto and Edith tried to maintain normalcy for their daughters, though private conversations between them must have been heavy with worry as news from Germany grew increasingly troubling. When Germany invaded the Netherlands in May 1940, the Frank family's world contracted further. Restrictions on Jewish citizens were implemented gradually, each new regulation narrowing the parameters of possible movement and activity. Anne and Margaret were required to leave their schools and attend the Jewish Lyceum. The family's social circle became more exclusively Jewish, as interactions with non-Jewish Dutch friends became complicated by new laws. Despite these growing shadows, Anne continued to develop as a bright, sociable girl with a passion for movie stars, fashion, and writing. Her room in the Merwede Eplein apartment became her sanctuary, its walls decorated with pictures of film stars and royalty cut from magazines. She kept a diary of sorts, even before receiving the famous checked notebook, jotting down thoughts and observations in school books and random papers. Her natural gift for expression was evident early, with teachers noting her ability to tell stories that captivated classmates. Family photographs from Anne's 12th birthday, her last in freedom, show a gathering that maintained celebration despite the circumstances. There was cake. There were modest gifts. There were friends invited to share the occasion. Anne's smile in these images reveals nothing of the uncertainty that must have undergirded the day. Children possess a remarkable ability to live in the moment, to find joy, even when adults see mainly reasons for concern, and so ended the visible childhood of Anne Frank, that bright, talkative girl who loved movies and books, who collected pictures of film stars, who wrote stories and shared them with friends. The apartment on Merwedeplein stood empty, waiting for a return that would never come. The school books on the desk, the clothes in the closet, the toys carefully arranged on shelves. All these tangible markers of a child's life were left behind as the family slipped away to their hiding place. What remained was Anne's inner life, which would continue to develop and deepen during the 25 months she would spend in hiding. Her diary would become the vessel for her thoughts, dreams, frustrations, and observations. In its pages, we can still hear the voice of that remarkable girl from Frankfurt who found a temporary home in Amsterdam. A voice that speaks to us across time with its humanity, its humor, and its hope. The early life of Anne Frank, from her birth in 1929 to her going into hiding in 1942, spans just 13 years. Yet, in that brief time, she experienced the universal joys and challenges of childhood, set against the particular historical circumstances that would ultimately shape her destiny. In remembering Anne, we remember not just the author of a famous diary, but a child who loved ice cream and movie stars, who sometimes quarreled with her sister, who dreamed of becoming a writer, who experienced the first stirrings of adolescent crushes, a real girl whose ordinary life became extraordinary through the power of her words. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle light of early morning, Anne Frank's childhood began in Frankfurt, Germany, a city of contrasts where medieval architecture stood alongside modern buildings. Born on June 12, 1929, little Anne entered a world that still carried the soft echoes of an older time, while embracing the quickening pace of the 20th century. The Frankfurt of Anne's earliest years was a place of broad avenues lined with chestnut trees, their leaves rustling softly in the summer breeze, creating dappled patterns of sunlight on the sidewalks below. The Frank family lived in a comfortable apartment in a middle-class neighborhood where the sounds of daily life created a soothing rhythm. The distant chiming of church bells marking the hours, the clip-clop of horses still used for some deliveries, the gentle murmur of neighbors greeting one another in the cool mornings. Inside their home, the rooms were furnished with the solid, practical furniture of the era, complemented by a few cherished pieces that Otto and Edith Frank had received as wedding gifts. The windows of their apartment would have framed views of the neighborhood, where children played in small parks and women chatted while hanging laundry that billowed like sails in the gentle wind. The scent of fresh bread from nearby bakeries would waft through open windows in the mornings, mingling with the aroma of percolating coffee. In Anne's earliest years, this was her world, a place of security and familiarity, where the routines of family life unfolded in predictable patterns. But as the political climate in Germany darkened with the rise of National Socialism, the atmosphere of Frankfurt began to change. The Frank family, being Jewish, increasingly felt the chill of exclusion and threat. Otto Frank, Anne's thoughtful and forward-looking father, made the difficult decision to leave their homeland. And so, when Anne was just 4 years old, the family relocated to Amsterdam in the Netherlands, seeking a haven from the gathering storm. Amsterdam welcomed the Frank family with its network of peaceful canals, reflecting the tall, narrow houses that lined their banks. The city had a gentler pace than Frankfurt, with bicycles gliding along cobblestone streets and canal boats moving unhurriedly through the waterways. The air carried the slight brackish scent of the nearby Zuiderzee, mixed with the earthy fragrance of flowers from the floating market and the sweet smell of stroopwafels being made at street-side stands. The Franks settled into an apartment on Merwedeplein, in a new development in the southern part of Amsterdam. Their building was modern for its time, with large windows that allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating dust motes that danced in the golden rays. The neighborhood had been designed with families in mind, featuring a large square where children could play safely, while parents watched from nearby benches. The soft murmur of their conversations, blending with the joyful sounds of children at play. Anne's new home became a canvas for her developing personality. Her bedroom, which she eventually shared with her older sister Margaret, was a space where girlhood treasures accumulated. Picture postcards of movie stars carefully arranged on the walls, books stacked on shelves, the soft forms of stuffed animals nestled against pillows. The room changed as Anne grew, reflecting her evolving interests and the subtle transition from childhood to early adolescence. The neighborhood of Merwedeplein was home to many German Jewish refugees, creating a community where Anne and her family could maintain connections to their cultural heritage while adapting to Dutch life. The sounds of German and Dutch mingled in the air, along with the occasional strains of music from open windows. Perhaps a Schubert lied or a popular tune from the radio. Children switched effortlessly between languages as they played together in the square, their voices rising and falling like birdsong. Anne's school days began at the Montessori school near her home, where the educational philosophy encouraged independence and self-direction. The classrooms were designed to be calming spaces, with natural materials and soft colors, creating an environment conducive to learning and exploration. Large windows looked out onto small gardens where children could observe the slow, reassuring cycles of nature, crocuses pushing through the soil in early spring, roses unfurling in summer warmth, leaves turning to gold, and russet in autumn. The walk to school each morning took Anne through streets lined with elm trees, their branches creating a canopy overhead. She would pass small shops where proprietors were just beginning their day, rolling up awnings and arranging displays of fruits, vegetables, or flowers. The scent of fresh bread from bakeries would mingle with the earthy smell of rain-washed streets. Anne might pause to watch a canal boat passing slowly under a bridge, the water lapping gently against its sides, or to greet a neighborhood cat sunning itself on a windowsill. At school, the day unfolded in a gentle rhythm of activities. The Montessori method allowed children to move at their own pace, creating a peaceful atmosphere where the dominant sounds were the soft rustle of pages turning, the whisper of pencils on paper, and the quiet conversations of children working together. Anne thrived in this environment. Her natural curiosity and sociability finding expression in both academic pursuits and friendships. After school, Anne often played with friends in the square near her home. The open space was bordered by apartment buildings that seemed to embrace the children at play, while parents or grandparents sat on benches, their knitting needles clicking softly as they kept watchful eyes on their charges. The games changed with the seasons, skipping rope and hopscotch in spring, tag and hide-and-seek in summer, collecting colorful leaves in autumn, and when rare snow fell in winter, the delighted shrieks of children making snowballs and snow angels inside the Frank apartment. Family life centered around the dining table, where meals were shared and conversations flowed. The kitchen would fill with comforting aromas, perhaps potato soup simmering on the stove, or the sweet scent of apples being stewed with cinnamon, the rhythmic sound of Edith Frank's knife on the cutting board, the gentle clink of dishes being set out, the murmur of the radio in the background. These created the soundtrack of domestic life. Evenings might find the family gathered in the living room, where a lamp cast a warm golden glow over Otto Frank reading aloud from a book, his voice rising and falling with the narrative. Anne and Margaret might sit on the comfortable sofa, perhaps with embroidery or knitting in their hands, the soft click of needles punctuating the story. Through the windows, they could see lights coming on in neighboring apartments, creating a constellation of domestic contentment across the darkening square. Weekends brought different rhythms and pleasures. The family might visit Vondelpark, Amsterdam's largest urban green space, where the bustle of the city seemed distant. Here, Anne could run along paths winding between ancient trees, their leaves creating a gentle susurration overhead. The park's ponds reflected the changing sky, while ducks paddled serenely across the surface, leaving widening ripples in their wake. In spring, the park bloomed with tulips in a kaleidoscope of colors, their petals soft as silk to a child's curious touch. Sometimes the family would venture to the beaches at Zandvoort, just a short train ride from Amsterdam. Here, the North Sea stretched to the horizon, its waves advancing and retreating in a timeless rhythm that could lull a listener into a meditative state. Anne would have felt the cool, damp sand between her toes, collected shells with their whorled patterns and subtle colors, and perhaps built castles that the tide would later reclaim, teaching gentle lessons about impermanence. As Anne grew older, her world expanded beyond the immediate neighborhood. She might accompany her mother to the Albert Kuyp market, where stalls overflowed with produce, flowers, fabrics, and household goods. The market was a feast for the senses, the vibrant colors of fresh fruits and vegetables, the calls of vendors advertising their wares, the mingled scents of spices, flowers, and fresh fish, the press of people moving unhurriedly from stall to stall. Anne absorbed it all with her characteristic curiosity and attention to detail. The changing seasons marked the passage of time in Anne's childhood. Spring brought the miracle of Amsterdam's flowering trees and bulbs, daffodils nodding their golden heads in gentle breezes, tulips standing proud in neat rows, cherry blossoms floating down like pink snow. Summer filled the days with light that lingered long into the evening, allowing for extended play in the square and the drowsy pleasure of reading by an open window as the city cooled. Autumn painted the trees in russet and gold, while the air carried the scent of wood smoke and approaching rain. Winter wrapped the city in early darkness, but brought the cozy pleasures of hot chocolate, warm lamps, and the anticipation of Sinterklaas with his gifts and peppernote cookies. Jewish holidays provided another rhythm to Anne's year, connecting her to traditions that stretched back through generations. Sabbath evenings began with the gentle ritual of candle lighting, the flames reflecting in the polished silver candlesticks that had perhaps traveled with the family from Germany, the sweet challah bread on the table, the familiar prayers spoken or sung, the special Sabbath meal, all created a weekly oasis of peace and continuity. The more elaborate celebrations of Passover, Rosh Hashanah, Hanukkah, and other holidays brought extended family and friends together, filling the apartment with conversation and laughter. Traditional foods prepared according to recipes, passed down through generations, filled the home with enticing aromas. The sweet and spicy scent of honey cake, the rich fragrance of chicken soup, the comforting smell of potato latkes frying in oil. These gatherings reinforced Anne's sense of belonging to community, with shared history and values. As the 1930s drew to a close and the new decade began, the wider world increasingly impinged on the relative tranquility of Anne's childhood environment. The German occupation of the Netherlands in May 1940 brought gradual but inexorable changes to daily life. New regulations restricted where Jewish citizens could go and what they could do. The physical environment remained largely the same. The canals still reflected the sky. The trees still whispered in the wind. But a an invisible barrier began to separate Anne from the full enjoyment of her surroundings. When Anne could no longer attend her beloved Montessori school, she transferred to the Jewish Lyceum. The building itself was pleasant enough, with large classrooms and tall windows, but it represented a constriction of her world. The route to this school took her through different streets, past different shops. The social environment changed too, as non-Jewish friends gradually drifted away, some by choice, others because their parents feared association with Jewish families. Despite these changes, Anne maintained her characteristic enthusiasm for life. Her diary, which she received for her 13th birthday in June 1942, just weeks before the family went into hiding, records her continuing interest in friends, school, books, and films. Her bedroom on Merwedeplein remained her sanctuary, a place where she could write, read, and dream. The photographs she collected of movie stars still adorned her walls, creating windows into a wider world of glamour and possibility. And so ended the visible childhood of Anne Frank, that bright, talkative girl who loved movies and books, who collected pictures of film stars, who wrote stories and shared them with friends. The apartment on Merwedeplein stood empty, waiting for a return that would never come. The school books on the desk, the clothes in the closet, the toys carefully arranged on shelves. All these tangible markers of a child's life were left behind as the family slipped away to their hiding place. What remained was Anne's inner life, which would continue to develop and deepen during the 25 months she would spend in hiding. Her diary would become the vessel for her thoughts, dreams, frustrations, and observations. In its pages, we can still hear the voice of that remarkable girl from Frankfurt who found a temporary home in Amsterdam. A voice that speaks to us across time with its humanity, its humor, and its hope. The early life of Anne Frank, from her birth in 1929 to her going into hiding in 1942, spans just 13 years. Yet, in that brief time, she experienced the universal joys and challenges of childhood, set against the particular historical circumstances that would ultimately shape her destiny. In remembering Anne, we remember not just the author of a famous diary, but a child who loved ice cream and movie stars, who sometimes quarreled with her sister, who dreamed of becoming a writer, who experienced the first stirrings of adolescent crushes, a real girl whose ordinary life became extraordinary through the power of her words. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In the quiet corner of Amsterdam, where the Frank family made their home, young Anne's education unfolded like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Her schooling began at the Montessori nursery school in Amsterdam, where the soft-colored walls and natural materials created an environment of calm exploration. Here, in these early years, little Anne would move quietly from one activity to another, her small fingers tracing letters, stacking blocks, or carefully pouring water from one vessel to another. The Montessori method, with its emphasis on independence and self-directed learning, suited Anne's naturally curious spirit. She would spend hours absorbed in activities, her dark eyes focused intently on whatever captured her imagination that day. The classroom had large windows that let in pools of golden sunlight, illuminating dust motes that danced lazily in the air as children worked at their own pace. Anne particularly loved the language materials, running her fingertips over sandpaper letters, feeling their shapes and committing them to memory. Her teachers noted how quickly she absorbed new concepts, how eagerly she reached for books from the classroom shelves. Even then, words seemed to call to her, like distant friends inviting her into their world. When Anne turned 6, she transitioned to the 6th Montessori school in Amsterdam South, where her educational journey continued to unfold in unhurried rhythms. The school was not far from the Frank family apartment, allowing Anne to walk there each morning, sometimes holding her father Otto's hand, sometimes skipping ahead with neighborhood friends. The changing seasons provided a backdrop to these daily journeys. Cherry blossoms in spring, golden leaves in autumn, the occasional dusting of snow in winter that made the world seem soft and quiet. Inside the classroom, Anne flourished in the gentle structure of the Montessori approach. Her teacher, a woman with kind eyes and patient hands, recognized Anne's gift for language early on. She would often find Anne curled in the reading corner, lost in stories that transported her far beyond the classroom walls. The teacher would sometimes sit beside her, not interrupting, but simply sharing in the peaceful moment, perhaps placing a gentle hand on Anne's shoulder before moving on to help another child. Anne's father Otto, himself a man of intellectual curiosity and calm wisdom, nurtured his daughter's love of learning at home. In the evenings, after the dinner dishes had been cleared away and the apartment grew quiet, he would sometimes read to both his daughters, Anne and Margaret. His voice, deep and soothing, would fill their living room as he shared stories from classic literature or tales from his own childhood. Anne would listen, her eyes growing heavy with sleep, yet fighting to stay awake for just one more page, one more adventure. Her mother Edith contributed to Anne's education in different but equally important ways. With patient hands, she taught Anne practical skills: how to neatly fold laundry, how to measure ingredients for baking, how to set a proper table for guests. These quiet domestic moments, filled with the soft murmur of instruction and the occasional gentle correction, formed an essential part of Anne's development. Though Anne sometimes chafed against her mother's expectations, these lessons in caregiving and homemaking would later serve her well during the confined days in the secret annex as political circumstances in the Netherlands grew more troubled. Anne transferred to the Jewish Lyceum in 1941 when she was 12 years old. The school building stood tall and dignified Unvormalige Stadstimmertuin. Its brick exterior, weathered by decades of Amsterdam rain and sunshine, inside, the wooden floors creaked gently underfoot, and high windows let in streams of light that illuminated classroom walls decorated with student artwork and maps of distant places at the Jewish Lyceum. Anne's curriculum expanded to include more formal studies, mathematics, where she would sometimes furrow her brow in concentration, history, which she absorbed like a sponge, literature, which remained her greatest love. Her Dutch language teacher, a slender woman with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a loose bun, recognized Anne's gift for expression and often read her compositions aloud to the class. Anne would sit at her desk during these moments, a flush of pleasure coloring her cheeks, her fingers fidgeting with the corner of her notebook. Anne's friendships during these school years played an important role in her intellectual development. She was popular among her classmates, drawn to those who shared her love of conversation and stories. During lunch breaks, Anne and her friends would sit in circles on the playground, or in inclement weather, gather in quiet corners of the school building. They would share secrets and dreams, discuss films they had seen or books they had read. Anne was often at the center of these groups, her animated expressions and lively storytelling drawing others to her like moths to a gentle flame. One of Anne's closest friends was Jacqueline Van Marsen, a girl with whom she shared a deep bond. Together, they would walk home from school, their footsteps falling in synchronized rhythm on the Amsterdam sidewalks as they discussed everything from schoolwork to their favorite film stars. Jacqueline later recalled how Anne would sometimes stop mid-conversation, her attention caught by something beautiful or unusual. A particularly vibrant flower pushing through a crack in the pavement, or the way afternoon light transformed an ordinary building into something magical. These moments of quiet observation would later inform Anne's writing, giving it the rich detail and sensitivity that makes her diary so compelling. Anne's intellectual curiosity extended beyond the classroom. She was an avid reader, often visiting the neighborhood library where the librarian, a woman with spectacles perched on the end of her nose, would set aside books she thought Anne might enjoy. The library was a sanctuary of hushed voices and the comforting smell of paper and binding glue. Anne would wander among the shelves, running her fingers along the spines of books, occasionally pulling one out to read the first few pages. She would leave with a stack of borrowed treasures, hugging them to her chest as she made her way home through the gentle Amsterdam afternoon. At home, Anne created a special reading nook in her bedroom, arranging pillows by the window where the light was best. Here, she would lose herself in stories for hours, the outside world fading away as she traveled to distant lands and times through the pages of her books. She particularly loved mythology and fairy tales, stories of transformation and discovery that resonated with with her own sense of life's possibilities. She also enjoyed biographies of remarkable women, queens, artists, writers, whose lives offered models of courage and creativity. Anne's own creative writing began to flourish during these years. She kept notebooks filled with stories she had written, often sharing them with her father, who would read them with genuine interest, offering gentle encouragement. Anne wrote tales of orphaned children finding loving homes, of ordinary girls discovering extraordinary talents, of friendships that endured despite challenges. Her early stories showed remarkable empathy and insight, qualities that would later make her diary so universally touching. Her teachers recognized her talent and often gave her special writing assignments. One teacher, noticing Anne's gift for description, asked her to keep a nature journal, recording the changing seasons in the park near her home. Anne embraced this task, filling pages with observations about the gradual unfurling of spring leaves, the particular quality of autumn light, the patterns of birds returning from their winter journeys. This practice of careful attention would later serve her well during the confined days of hiding, when her world contracted to a few rooms, yet her mind remained free to observe and reflect. Music also formed an important part of Anne's education. She took piano lessons for a time, her small fingers learning to find the correct keys, to translate the black dots on the page into flowing sound. Though she was not exceptionally talented as a musician, she enjoyed the discipline of practice and the satisfaction of mastering a simple piece. The piano teacher, an elderly woman whose apartment smelled of lavender and tea, would sit beside Anne on the bench, occasionally guiding her hands into the proper position with gentle touches. These lessons provided a rhythmic structure to Anne's week, a quiet counterpoint to her more exuberant activities. As Anne approached adolescence, her intellectual interests deepened and matured. She began to pay more attention to current events, listening to radio broadcasts with her family, and asking thoughtful questions about the political situation. Otto Frank, always patient with his daughter's curiosity, would explain complex issues in terms they could understand, never dismissing their questions or concerns. These conversations, held in the warm security of their family apartment, helped shape Anne's understanding of justice and human dignity, values that would later shine through her diary writings. And also developed an interest in art during these years. She would sometimes visit Amsterdam's museums with her father or school groups, walking quietly through galleries where masterpieces hung in golden frames. She was particularly drawn to portraits, studying the faces captured by artists across centuries, imagining the lives behind those painted eyes. At home, she would sometimes attempt to sketch faces herself, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to capture the curve of a smile or the particular shape of an eye. Though she did not consider herself particularly talented as an artist, these exercises in seeing and recording helped develop her powers of observation in the months before the family went into hiding. Anne's formal education became increasingly restricted as Jewish students faced mounting limitations. Yet, even as classroom doors closed to her, Anne's mind remained open and curious. She created her own curriculum of sorts, reading widely, writing regularly, engaging in long conversations with her sister Margaret, who shared her intellectual interests, if not her outgoing personality. Margaret, 4 years older and more reserved, often recommended books to Anne or helped explain difficult concepts. Their relationship, sometimes marked by sisterly competition, was also characterized by mutual respect and genuine affection. The last school Anne attended before going into hiding was the Jewish Lyceum, where the atmosphere grew increasingly somber as more restrictions were placed on Jewish citizens. Yet even in these difficult circumstances, moments of normal childhood learning continued. Teachers, themselves facing uncertain futures, did their best to create islands of normalcy for their students. They assigned essays, conducted science experiments, taught mathematics problems. All the ordinary activities of education, continuing against an extraordinary backdrop of historical tragedy. Anne's last teacher at the Jewish Lyceum later recalled her as a student who always had something to say, whose hand was often raised in class, who approached learning with enthusiasm and curiosity. This teacher, noticing Anne's gift for writing, encouraged her to keep a journal, suggesting that recording her thoughts and experiences might help her make sense of the confusing times they were living through. This simple suggestion would have profound consequences, though neither teacher nor student could have imagined how significant Anne's diary would become. When the Frank family went into hiding in July 1942, Anne brought with her the diary she had received as a birthday gift just weeks before. In the confined space of the secret annex, Anne's formal education would continue in a different form. Her father arranged for books to be brought to them, and Anne studied languages, literature, and history under these unusual circumstances. She worked through mathematics textbooks, practiced her French vocabulary, and read extensively from the books available to her. In this way, the small rooms behind the bookcase became an unlikely schoolroom, where learning continued in whispers and with improvised materials. The diary itself became both record and teacher, a space where Anne could practice her writing skills and develop her voice. In its pages, we can trace her intellectual growth from the somewhat self-centered perspectives of early adolescence to the increasingly mature reflections of her final entries. Her writing style evolved, becoming more sophisticated and nuanced. Her observations grew sharper, her self-awareness deeper. Through the act of writing regularly, Anne was educating herself in the craft of expression, developing a voice that would eventually speak to millions. And so, even as the visible markers of Anne's education, the school buildings, classrooms, the formal curricula, were left behind when the family went into hiding. Her intellectual development continued in the secret annex, in that confined space, amid fear and uncertainty. Anne's mind remained free to explore, to question, to imagine. Her diary became her classroom, her conversation partner, her confidant. Through its pages, we can still hear the voice of that remarkable girl, whose education, though interrupted by history's darkest chapter, continues to educate us all about the enduring power of the human spirit. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Anne Frank's life, though tragically short, was shaped by the quiet influence of those who nurtured her spirit, encouraged her curiosity, and helped her find her voice in the hidden rooms of the secret annex, where shadows stretched long and whispers were the only sound. These relationships became the anchors of her world. The people who surrounded her, whether in person or through the pages of books, left gentle imprints on her heart, guiding her thoughts and dreams even in the darkest of times. Her father, Otto Frank, was perhaps the most steadying presence in her life. A man of quiet strength and deep intellect, he carried himself with a calm dignity that Anne admired. He was the one who had given her the diary, that simple red and white checkered notebook that would become her most trusted companion. Otto believed in the power of education, even in hiding, and arranged for books to be smuggled into the annex, so Anne and her sister Margaret could continue their studies. He would sit with her in the evenings, discussing history, philosophy, and literature, treating her not as a child, but as someone whose thoughts mattered. His patience was unshakable, even when Anne's restless energy made her impulsive or argumentative. He taught her that words could be a refuge, that even in silence, one could still speak through writing. Her mother, Edith, was more reserved, a contrast to Anne's fiery temperament. Their relationship was sometimes strained, marked by misunderstandings, and the natural friction between a mother and a daughter who saw the world differently. Yet Edith's love was steadfast, woven into the small, unnoticed gestures, the way she made sure Anne had enough to eat despite rationing, or how she quietly mended clothes when they frayed from wear. Anne would later reflect in her diary on these moments, recognizing the quiet sacrifices her mother made. It was a relationship that deepened over time, as Anne began to see beyond her own frustrations and into the heart of the woman who loved her. Margaret, her older sister, was both a rival and a role model. Where Anne was expressive and dramatic, Margaret was calm and studious, the perfect daughter in Anne's eyes. There were moments of jealousy, of course. Siblings sharing such close quarters could not escape them. But there was also an unspoken bond. Margaret's quiet determination inspired Anne, showing her that strength could be soft, that resilience did not always have to be loud. They studied together in the annex, sharing books and whispered conversations. And in those stolen hours, Anne began to see her sister not just as competition, but as a companion in their shared ordeal. Outside her family, there was Miep Gies, one of the brave helpers who risked her life to bring food, news, and small comforts to the hidden occupants of the annex. Miep was a living connection to the world beyond the attic, a reminder that kindness still existed. She brought Anne books, biographies, novels, even a Greek mythology volume that Anne adored, and in doing so, gave her more than stories. She gave her hope. Miep's visits were like beams of light slipping through the cracks of their confinement, brief but precious. Anne admired her courage, her ordinary heroism, and in her diary, she often wondered if she could ever be as selfless as Miep. Then there were the writers whose words became her teachers. Anne devoured books with the hunger of someone who knew time was not guaranteed. She lost herself in the works of Charles Dickens, whose tales of resilience mirrored her own hidden life. She studied the heroines of literature, girls who defied expectations, and in them she found echoes of her own restless spirit. The biographies of great women, Marie Curie, Joan of Arc, fueled her imagination, making her dream of a future where she too might leave her mark on the world. And of course, there was Kitty, the name she gave to her diary, the friend who never judged, never interrupted, never grew tired of her musings. In Kitty, Anne found a listener who would hold all her thoughts, from the trivial to the profound. Through writing, she discovered her own voice, sharpening it with each entry, learning to observe not just the world around her, but herself. The diary was more than a record. It was a mirror, a teacher, a confidant. In its pages, she practiced empathy, wrestling with her frustrations toward the others in the annex, then stepping back to see their fears as her own. These relationships, these quiet mentors, shaped Anne in ways she could not have foreseen. They taught her that even in confinement, the mind could wander freely, that even in silence, one could still speak, that even in darkness, there were stars, if only one knew where to look. And though her story was cut short, the voices that guided her live on in hers, a whisper across time, reminding us that no life, no matter how brief, is ever truly small. So let these thoughts drift gently now, like pages turning in a quiet room, as you imagine Anne bending over her diary, the scratch of her pen, the only sound in the hushed attic. Around her, the world may have been closing in, but within her, something vast was unfolding, a mind reaching, growing, learning, even in the softest of whispers. And in that stillness, perhaps you too can feel the quiet pull of sleep, descending like the gentle closing of a book, its story lingering just a little longer in the dreams that follow. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Before the attic, before the diary, before the world narrowed around her, there was a young girl with dreams as wide as the sky. Anne Frank's early years were filled not with the weight of history, but with the lightness of possibility. She was a child who loved stories, who scribbled in notebooks long before Kitty became her confidant. Even then, her words carried the promise of something extraordinary, though no one could have known just how far they would travel. In the quiet streets of Amsterdam, before the war cast its shadow, Anne was simply a bright-eyed student, her mind buzzing with ideas. She attended the Montessori school, where the open, nurturing environment suited her curious nature. The classrooms were alive with color and creativity, and Anne thrived there, her imagination given room to stretch. She was known among her teachers as a girl who asked questions, who laughed easily, and who already showed a knack for storytelling. Even her school essays stood out, vivid, playful, with a spark of originality that hinted at the writer she might become. At home, her father, Otto, encouraged her love of books. The Frank household was filled with them, shelves lined with novels, histories, and poetry, worlds waiting to be explored. Anne would lose herself in these stories, absorbing their rhythms, their voices, learning without realizing it how to shape her own. Her mother, Edith, though more reserved, nurtured Anne's sensitive side, teaching her to notice the small beauties of life. The way light fell through a window, the sound of rain against the glass. These quiet moments, these ordinary treasures, would later find their way into her writing. But the world outside was changing. The rise of the Nazis in Germany sent ripples across Europe, and though Anne was young, she felt the unease creeping in. The laws tightened, restrictions multiplied, and the carefree days of childhood began to fade. Yet, even as the world grew darker, Anne's inner world continued to expand. She wrote more, her thoughts spilling onto the page with an urgency she didn't yet understand. It was as if her mind was preparing for the confinement to come, building a refuge of words where she could always be free. Then came the day when everything shifted. For her 13th birthday, Anne received a small red and white checkered notebook. It was an ordinary gift, the kind any girl might cherish, but in her hands, it became something more. She named it Kitty, and from the very first entry, it was clear this was no ordinary diary. She wrote to it as if it were a friend, sharing her hopes, her frustrations, her observations of the world around her. The words flowed easily, as though she had been waiting for this moment all along. In those early entries, we see the beginnings of a writer's voice, playful, perceptive, unafraid to poke fun at herself or others. She wrote about school crushes, about arguments with her mother, about the small dramas of adolescence. But even then, there were glimpses of something deeper, a curiosity about human nature, a willingness to examine her own flaws, a quiet determination to grow. She was, in many ways, practicing for the work she would never have the chance to fully pursue. When the Franks went into hiding, Anne's writing took on new weight. The annex became her world, and Kitty her constant companion. Here, in the hushed stillness of the attic, her words became her lifeline. She wrote not just to pass the time, but to make sense of her reality, to hold on to herself in a world that seemed determined to erase her. She chronicled the daily rhythms of life in hiding, the quarrels, the meals, the fear that lurked just beneath the surface. But she also wrote of her dreams, of the future she still believed in. She imagined becoming a journalist, a novelist, a voice for those who had been silenced. It was a wish spoken softly into the pages of her diary, a wish that would, against all odds, come true. The people around her in the annex unwittingly became part of her education. Each of them her parents, her sister Margit, the Van Pels family, Fritz Pfeffer, offered her material to observe, to analyze, to understand. She wrote about them with startling honesty, then later revisited her words, softening her judgments, learning to see from their perspectives. It was a writer's exercise in empathy, one she undertook without even realizing it. Outside, the war raged on, but inside the annex, Anne was honing her craft. She revised her earlier diary entries, sharpening her prose, experimenting with style. She wrote short stories, fables, even the beginnings of a novel. These pieces, though unfinished, show a mind at work, a writer growing before our eyes. She was teaching herself, in the only way she could, how to shape words into meaning. And then, too soon, it was over. The annex was discovered, its inhabitants torn away. Anne's voice fell silent, but her words remained, hidden in the very place she had written them. When Otto Frank returned after the war, the only survivor of the 8 who had hidden together, he found her diary and knew at once that it was more than a child's scribbles. It was a testament, a legacy, a voice that refused to be stilled. He worked gently, lovingly, to share that voice with the world. The diary was published, first in Dutch, then in countless other languages. Readers everywhere recognized something rare in its pages, not just the record of a life cut short, but the promise of a writer who had only just begun. Anne's early career, if we can call it that, was not marked by published works or professional milestones, but by something far more enduring, the quiet, steady growth of a mind that refused to be confined. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of Anne not as history remembers her, but as she was in those early days, a girl with a notebook, a head full of stories, and a heart brave enough to believe they mattered. The attic may have been her prison, but her words became her wings, carrying her far beyond its walls. And though she never knew it, her first and greatest contribution to the world was simply this, the act of writing itself, of leaving behind a light for others to find. Let that thought settle softly now, like a page turning, like a candle flickering in a quiet room. The story is over, but its echoes remain, gentle as a whisper, lingering in the space between wakefulness and dreams. And as sleep draws near, perhaps you can almost hear it, the faint scratch of a pen, the rustle of paper, the sound of a young writer's voice, still speaking across the years. drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. Anne Frank's legacy is woven not from grand public achievements, but from the quiet, intimate moments she spent with her diary. A red and white checkered notebook she received as a birthday gift just before her world narrowed to the secret annex. In those pages, she did not set out to change history. She simply wrote with a clarity and depth that would one day resonate far beyond the walls of her hiding place. Her words were not polished for an audience. They were raw, honest, and unfiltered, a young girl's thoughts spilling onto the page in a rhythm as natural as breathing. She wrote of mundane things, arguments with her mother, her crush on Peter, the boredom of confinement, but also of profound things, her dreams of becoming a writer, her belief in the goodness of people, her hope for a future she would never see. The process of her writing was ordinary in its routine, yet extraordinary in its discipline. She treated her diary like a trusted friend, confiding in it daily, sometimes even addressing it by name, Kitty. She wrote in the quiet hours when the annex was still, her pen moving steadily across the page, turning her fears and frustrations into sentences. She revised, she reflected, she imagined. She wrote short stories and fables, practicing her craft with the dedication of someone who sensed, even then, that words could be a kind of salvation. What makes Anne's work so remarkable is not just its historical significance, but its deeply human quality. She was not a distant figure from a textbook. She was a girl who giggled, sulked, daydreamed, and ached. Her diary captures the universal experience of growing up, the awkwardness, the longing, the slow unfolding of self. But it does so under the shadow of unimaginable darkness, and yet she refused to let that darkness define her. Even in confinement, her mind roamed free, spinning tales, analyzing people, pondering the mysteries of life. She wrote not just to document, but to understand, to make sense of a world that had become senseless. When her diary was first published, it was not an immediate sensation, but slowly, steadily, it found its way into the hands of readers who saw in Anne's words something timeless. They recognized not just the tragedy of her fate, but the triumph of her spirit, her observations about human nature, how people could be both cruel and kind, how hope could persist even in despair, struck a chord that still reverberates today. The diary became more than a historical document. It became a testament to resilience, a reminder of the power of a single voice. Over time, her words traveled farther than she ever could have imagined. Translated into dozens of languages, adapted into plays and films, taught in classrooms around the world, Anne's diary became a bridge between past and present. It humanized history in a way no textbook ever could, allowing readers to see the war not as a distant event, but as something that happened to real people, people like Anne, with dreams and doubts and doodles in the margins. Her influence extends beyond literature. The diary has become a tool for teaching empathy, for confronting prejudice, for reminding each generation of the cost of hatred and the value of tolerance. Schools, libraries, and organizations dedicated to human rights have adopted her story as a call to action, a plea to remember the past, so that it is not repeated. And though Anne never set out to be a symbol, her words have taken on a life of their own, inspiring countless people to stand against injustice in their own ways. But perhaps her greatest achievement lies in something simpler, the act of writing itself, in putting pen to paper. Anne claimed her humanity in a world that sought to erase it. She refused to be silenced. She dared to believe that her thoughts mattered, even when no one was listening, and in doing so, she left behind a gift far greater than she could have known, a voice that still speaks, soft but unshakable, across the decades. As you let your thoughts drift now, imagine her as she was bent over her diary, the faintest smile touching her lips as she scribbled a joke or a clever turn of phrase. Picture the way the lamplight might have flickered across the page, the way her fingers brushed the paper as she turned it gently. She was not a martyr or a saint. She was a girl who loved words, who found solace in them, who trusted that they could carry her beyond the confines of her small, hidden world, and carry her they did. Though her life was brief, her voice endures, not as a relic of the past, but as a living presence. When we read her words, we do not just learn about history. We meet Anne. We hear her laughter, her frustration, her hope. We remember that behind every historical event are ordinary people with ordinary lives, extraordinary only in their humanity. So let her story settle over you now, like a blanket of quiet understanding. There is no need to grasp at its meaning. It is enough to simply let it be. The scratch of her pen, the whisper of pages turning, the steady beat of a heart that believed in the goodness of people, even when the world gave her every reason not to. And as sleep draws nearer, you might imagine, just for a moment, that her voice is not so far away, that somewhere between memory and dream, between past and present, she is still writing, still hoping, still reminding us, in her own gentle way, that even in the darkest of times, light persists, one word at a time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Imagine, for a moment, the quiet turning points in Anne Frank's life, the moments so ordinary in their unfolding, yet so vast in their consequences. Like the slow turning of a page, these decisions shaped her story in ways no one could have foreseen. Let us drift back to those pivotal moments, not with urgency, but with the gentle rhythm of reflection, like watching leaves float downstream, carried by time's unyielding current. One such moment came in the spring of 1942, when Anne received a small red and white checkered diary for her 13th birthday. At the time, it must have seemed like nothing more than a simple gift, one of many she might have tucked away after scribbling a few pages. But something within her stirred, a quiet insistence that this blank book was meant for more than passing notes or fleeting thoughts. She decided to write in it faithfully, addressing her entries to an imaginary friend named Kitty. Had she set it aside, uninterested, or lost the habit after a week, the world might never have known the depth of her inner life. But she chose to write, and in doing so, she gave us a window into her soul. Then came the day her family made the decision to go into hiding. It was not a sudden leap, but a slow, agonizing calculation. The Nazi occupation of the Netherlands had tightened its grip, and the noose of persecution grew ever tighter around Amsterdam's Jewish population. Otto Frank, Anne's father, had prepared the secret annex behind his business as a contingency, a place of last resort. But when Margit, Anne's older sister, received a summons to report for deportation to a labor camp, the choice could no longer be delayed. They left their home in haste, leaving behind a staged scene to suggest a sudden departure. A half-made bed, scattered dishes, anything to buy time before their absence was noticed. What if they had hesitated? What if they had chosen to wait just one more day, hoping the danger would pass? The answer lingers in the silence of history, unspoken but heavy with implication. Instead, they stepped into the annex, a cramped space that would become their world for the next 2 years. It was here, in the hushed stillness between fear and hope, that Anne's writing deepened. Her diary was no longer just a confidant for teenage musings. It became a lifeline, a way to make sense of the unimaginable. Even in hiding, there were choices, small, daily acts of defiance against despair. Anne could have surrendered to the weight of their circumstances, letting her spirit dim under the strain of confinement. Instead, she chose to study, to dream, to quarrel and laugh and grow. She wrote stories, revised her diary with the hope of future publication, and clung fiercely to the belief that people were, at heart, good. This stubborn optimism was not naive. It was a decision, a refusal to let darkness have the final word. Another turning point came in the summer of 1944, when Anne heard a radio broadcast from the Dutch government in exile, calling for citizens to preserve their wartime diaries and letters as testimony. Something in that message resonated with her. She began editing her diary with new purpose, refining her words, sharpening her observations, as if she sensed, even then, that her voice might one day reach beyond the annex. Had she ignored that broadcast, her diary might have remained a private outpouring, raw and unpolished. But she chose to revise, to craft her words with care, and in doing so, she shaped a legacy that would endure long after her. Then the unthinkable, the betrayal, the arrest, the abrupt end to life as they knew it. On August 4, 1944, the annex was raided, its inhabitants torn from their hiding place. The details of who betrayed them remain uncertain, lost in the shadows of war. But in that moment, all choices were stripped away, replaced by the brutal machinery of the Holocaust. Anne was sent first to Westerbork, then to Auschwitz, and finally to Bergen-Belsen, where she died of typhus in early 1945, just weeks before the camp's liberation. It is impossible not to wonder, what if they had remained undiscovered? What if the war had ended just a few months sooner? Anne might have survived, might have become the writer she dreamed of being. She once wrote that she could not imagine living as an ordinary housewife. She wanted to be remembered, to make a difference. And yet, in the cruelest of ironies, it was her death that ensured her words would live on. Had she survived, her diary might have been tucked away in a drawer, a personal keepsake. Instead, it was found by Miep Jais, one of the brave helpers who had sustained the Franks in hiding, and given to Otto, the sole survivor of the family. He, in turn, made the choice to share it with the world. And so, Anne's voice was not lost. It traveled across oceans, through generations, a whisper that grew into a chorus. Her diary became more than a wartime account. It became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The moments that shaped her life, the decision to write, the choice to hide, the determination to hope rippled outward, touching millions. As you let these thoughts drift through your mind, consider how fragile those turning points were, how easily they might have slipped into obscurity. But they did not. Anne's story remains, not as a relic, but as a quiet companion in the night, a reminder that even the smallest choices can cast long shadows, and perhaps, as sleep draws near, you can almost hear the soft scratch of her pen, still writing, still hoping, still urging us to believe in the light. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Anne Frank's life, though tragically brief, was woven with relationships that shaped her heart, her voice, and her enduring legacy. Each connection, whether with family, friends, or the fleeting romances of adolescence, left an imprint on her spirit, deepening her understanding of love, loss, and the quiet resilience of the human soul. Her bond with her father, Otto, was perhaps the most tender and steadfast. From her earliest years, Anne adored him, seeing in him a gentle strength and unwavering patience. He was the one who encouraged her curiosity, who answered her endless questions with kindness, and who, even in the darkest hours of hiding, remained her anchor. When tensions ran high in the secret annex, it was often Otto who mediated, his calm presence a soothing balm. Anne confided in him more than anyone else, trusting him with her fears and dreams. And it was Otto who, after the war, would become the keeper of her words, ensuring they reached the world. Their relationship was not without its strains. Anne sometimes wished he would show more outward affection. But in the quiet moments, when he ruffled her hair or shared a book with her, she felt his love deeply. With her mother, Edith, the relationship was more complicated. Anne often wrote of their clashes, feeling misunderstood and at odds with her mother's. more reserved nature. Edith, burdened by the weight of keeping her family safe, sometimes struggled to connect with Anne's fiery temperament, yet there were glimpses of tenderness, a shared glance, a rare moment of laughter that hinted at the love beneath the friction. In the annex, as tempers flared and space grew scarce, Anne sometimes regretted her harsh words, wishing she could bridge the gap between them. It is heartbreaking to think that, had time allowed, they might have found their way to a deeper understanding. Margaret, Anne's older sister, was a quiet presence in her life, steady, studious, and often the foil to Anne's exuberance. At times, Anne envied Margaret's composure, feeling overshadowed by her sister's perceived perfection. But there was no real rivalry between them. Instead, there was an unspoken solidarity, a shared understanding of the fear and confinement they endured. In the annex, they grew closer, whispering secrets at night, offering comfort when the world outside felt unbearable. Margaret's gentle strength was a quiet force in Anne's life, a reminder that even in silence, there could be profound connection beyond her family. Anne's friendships were vibrant and formative. Before going into hiding, she had a circle of school friends, girls like Jacqueline Van Marsen and Hannah Gosler, with whom she shared laughter, secrets, and the ordinary joys of childhood. These friendships were bright threads in the tapestry of her early years, filled with sleepovers, inside jokes, and the innocent dramas of adolescence. Even in the annex, Anne longed for these connections, writing letters to her friends in her diary, as if they could still hear her. And then there was Peter Van Pels, the shy, lanky boy who shared the annex with her. At first, Anne found him awkward and uninteresting, but as months passed in confinement, their relationship quietly deepened. They began to confide in each other, sitting together in the attic, sharing stories and dreams. For Anne, Peter became a kindred spirit, someone who understood the weight of their hidden existence. Their romance was tender and fleeting, a first kiss stolen in the dim light of the attic whispered promises of a future they would never see. It was a love born of necessity, but no less real for it. In Peter, Anne found a companion for her loneliness, and in her, Peter found the courage to open his heart. The helpers who risked their lives to sustain the Franks, Miep Jais, Johannes Clayman, Victor Kugler, and Bep Voskuil, were more than just providers of food and news. They were lifelines to the world outside. Miep, especially, became a maternal figure to Anne, bringing her books, small gifts, and moments of normalcy in an otherwise surreal existence. Anne admired her deeply, writing of her bravery and kindness. These men and women were the quiet heroes of Anne's story, their selflessness a testament to the light that persists even in the darkest times. Had Anne survived, one can imagine how these relationships might have blossomed. Perhaps she and Peter would have grown apart, their romance a sweet memory of youth. Perhaps she and her mother would have found common ground, their bond strengthened by the trials they had endured. Maybe she would have reunited with her school friends, laughing over how much had changed and how much had stayed the same. And surely she and Otto would have remained close, her writing career nurtured by his unwavering belief in her. But even in the absence of that future, the echoes of these relationships live on in her words. Her diary is not just a record of war, but a chronicle of love in all its forms, familial, romantic, platonic, through her honest, sometimes messy, always heartfelt reflections. We see how these connections shaped her, challenged her, and ultimately made her who she was. As you drift toward sleep, picture Anne as she might have been in those quiet moments, curled up with her diary, scribbling by candlelight, or leaning against Peter's shoulder in the attic. Imagine her laughing with Margaret, debating with her father, or sharing a rare smile with her mother. These relationships, though interrupted, were no less meaningful for their brevity. They were the threads that held her world together, the anchors in a storm-tossed sea. And now, as her words linger in the air like a soft sigh, let them remind you of the power of connection. How, even in the briefest of lives, love leaves an indelible mark. Close your eyes and let the warmth of these bonds, past but never forgotten, lull you into peaceful rest. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography in the quiet corners of the secret annex, away from the world's chaos. Anne Frank's personal life unfolded in small, tender moments. She was not just a diarist or a symbol of resilience. She was a girl with dreams, hobbies, and a heart full of longing for ordinary joys. Picture her there, in that hidden space, where time moved differently, and the smallest things took on new meaning. Her diary was her closest confidant, but it was not her only companion. Anne loved books, devouring them with the hunger of someone who understood how precious stories could be. She read everything from novels to biographies, losing herself in the lives of others when her own world felt too narrow. The books were her escape, her education, and sometimes her solace. She would curl up in a corner, knees drawn to her chest, her fingers tracing the words as if they could carry her far beyond the walls that confined her. Writing, of course, was her passion. She didn't just record events. She poured her soul onto the page, wrestling with her thoughts, her fears, her hopes. She wrote stories too, little tales of fantasy and imagination, where she could control the endings. In those moments, her pen was a magic wand, transforming the attic into a kingdom, the whispers of war into the rustling of leaves in an enchanted forest. She dreamed of being a published writer one day, of seeing her name in print, and though she could not have known it then, her words would indeed travel farther than she ever could. But Anne was not always lost in books or ink. She had a playful side, a lightness that bubbled up even in the darkest times. She loved games, chess with Peter, where she would tease him when he made a wrong move, or card games with the others, where laughter had to be stifled behind cupped hands. She adored movie stars, pasting their pictures on the walls of her tiny room, imagining their glamorous lives as a contrast to her own hidden existence. She had a crush on the actor Robert Storm, and in her diary, she confessed her admiration with the giddy excitement of any teenage girl. Her relationships were the heartbeat of her days. With Margaret, her sister, there was a bond that shifted over time, sometimes rivalry, sometimes deep affection. Margaret was quieter, more reserved, but Anne admired her intelligence and grace, even if she sometimes envied the way their parents praised her. Yet in the annex, they grew closer, sharing whispered conversations and small acts of kindness. Anne would borrow Margaret's books, and Margaret would listen patiently to Anne's dramatic retellings of her latest story ideas. With her father, Otto, she shared a special connection. He was her anchor, the one who understood her restless spirit. They debated ideas, discussed history, and he encouraged her writing, treating her thoughts with a respect that made her feel seen. She called him Pim, a tender nickname that held all her love and trust. Even in their confined world, he gave her space to be herself, to argue, to question, to dream. Her mother, Edith, was a more complicated figure in Anne's heart. In her younger years, Anne had bristled at her mother's corrections, feeling misunderstood. But as time passed, she began to see the quiet strength in Edith, the way she kept their home running, the small sacrifices she made without complaint. There were moments, rare but precious, when Anne would catch her mother's eye and share a smile, a silent understanding passing between them. And then there was Peter, shy, awkward Peter, who became an unexpected companion in the annex. At first, Anne found him dull, but as the months stretched on, she discovered a kindness in him, a quiet steadiness. Their friendship deepened into something tender and uncertain, a first crush, a first kiss stolen in the attic's shadows. It was innocent and fleeting, but for Anne, it was a revelation, a proof that even in hiding, her heart could still flutter with hope. Outside of people, Anne found joy in the simplest routines. She loved the ritual of washing her hair, a rare luxury in the annex, where water was carefully rationed. She would savor the feeling of the comb running through her curls, the scent of soap cutting through the stuffy air. She adored the glimpses of nature she could catch, the chestnut tree outside the window, its branches swaying in the wind, or the birds that sometimes perched on the roof, their songs a brief reminder of a world beyond walls. Food, too, became a source of comfort and longing. In her diary, she described meals in vivid detail, the way a single potato could feel like a feast after days of hunger, the thrill of a surprise treat like a jar of jam shared among them. She dreamed of the foods she missed, listing them with the wistfulness of someone who knew the taste of home. But perhaps most striking was Anne's philosophy, her way of seeing the world even as it turned cruel. She believed in the goodness of people, even when evidence suggested otherwise. It was a remarkable thought for someone living in fear, a testament to the light she carried inside. She wrestled with doubt, with anger, but she always returned to hope, not as a naive dream, but as a stubborn choice. As you drift into sleep, imagine Anne in these quiet moments, the scratch of her pen, the rustle of pages, the soft murmur of voices in the next room. Picture her tucking a loose curl behind her ear as she reads, or blowing out a candle before bed, the scent of wax lingering in the air. She was a girl who laughed, who cried, who loved fiercely and dreamed wildly. Her life was small in space, but vast in spirit. A reminder that even in confinement, the human heart can stretch wide enough to hold the world. Let these thoughts settle over you like a blanket, warm and gentle. Anne's story is not just one of loss, but of life, of the small, sacred moments that make us who we are. And as you close your eyes, may her courage, her joy, and her unwavering hope whisper you into peaceful rest. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Imagine Anne Frank's mornings in the secret annex, where the first light of day crept in through the narrow, curtained windows. She would stir under her blankets, the quiet hum of the city outside still muffled by the early hour. The attic room she shared was small, the air thick with the warmth of sleep, and the faint scent of wood and old paper lingering from the books stacked by her bed. She might stretch her arms, careful not to wake those around her, before slipping her feet into soft slippers to pad across the creaking floorboards. Breakfast was a simple affair: bread, perhaps a little margarine, and weak tea if there was enough to go around. The family ate quietly, mindful of the warehouse workers below, who must never suspect their presence. The clink of a spoon against a bowl, the rustle of paper as her father unfolded a newspaper. These were the sounds that filled the room. Anne would often glance at the clock, counting the hours until she could retreat to her diary, her most treasured companion. By mid-morning, the annex would settle into its rhythm. The adults busied themselves with tasks, reading, mending clothes, or discussing news from the outside world in hushed tones. Anne, restless with the energy of youth, would find her corner, her diary open before her. She wrote with a fountain pen, the nib scratching softly against the paper, her thoughts flowing as freely as the ink. Sometimes she paused to chew the end of the pen, lost in thought, her brow furrowing before the words came again. Around her, the walls of the annex seemed to breathe, old wood settling, pipes groaning faintly, the occasional scurry of a mouse in the walls. Lunch was a small meal, often soup or potatoes, whatever could be stretched among the 8 hidden souls. The dining table was a place of both nourishment and tension, where conversations flickered between hope and fear. Anne listened intently, storing away fragments of talk to pour into her diary later. She loved to steal moments with Peter, the boy who shared their hiding place, their whispered, exchanges a rare spark of lightness in the dimness. In the afternoons, when the annex grew stuffy and the air heavy, Anne would sometimes climb to the attic, the one place where she could glimpse the sky through a small window. The sunlight fell in thin golden strips across the dusty floor, and for a moment she could imagine herself outside, free. She read voraciously novels, history books, anything to escape the confines of their hiding place. The pages turned with a soft whisper, her fingers tracing the words as if they could carry her far away. Evenings brought a quieter pace. The family gathered around the radio, ears straining for any news of the war, their hearts lifting at hints of hope. Anne would often write by candlelight, the flame casting long shadows on the walls. The diary became her confidant, the one thing that listened without judgment. She wrote of her dreams, her frustrations, her longing for a life beyond these walls. The pen moved steadily, her handwriting looping and lively, as if her spirit refused to be contained. Dinner was another quiet meal, the clink of cutlery the only sound in the dimly lit room. Afterward, there might be a game of cards or a shared story, small attempts to keep despair at bay. Anne would sometimes recite passages from her favorite books, her voice soft but animated, her hands gesturing as if to paint pictures in the air. As night fell, the annex grew still. The family prepared for bed, moving carefully to avoid making noise. Anne would wash her face with a small basin of water, the coolness a brief comfort. She braided her hair loosely, the familiar ritual a small anchor in the uncertainty. Before blowing out the candle, she might gaze at the photos on the wall, images of a life before, frozen in time. Then darkness would settle over the room, the only sounds the steady breathing of sleepers and the distant hum of the city outside. In these quiet hours, Anne's mind still wandered. She dreamed of the future, of becoming a writer, of walking freely under an open sky. Even in the stillness, her heart beat with hope, stubborn and unyielding, and as she finally drifted to sleep, her last thoughts were not of fear, but of the small, persistent light inside her, the belief that goodness, somehow, would prevail. Let these images linger in your mind as you drift into sleep, the rustle of pages, the scent of candle wax, the quiet courage of a girl who found beauty even in shadow. May her story, her routines, her unbroken spirit lull you into peaceful rest, like a gentle whisper in the dark. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Anne Frank's philosophy was not one formed in grand lecture halls or through distant academic study. It was shaped in the quiet corners of a hidden annex, in the fragile space between fear and hope. Her worldview was tender yet resilient, a delicate balance between youthful idealism and the sobering realities of confinement. Even in the dim light of her attic room, with only the whisper of her pen on paper as company, she nurtured a belief in the fundamental goodness of people, a belief that would be tested, but never entirely broken. At the heart of Anne's thinking was an unshakable faith in the power of kindness. These words, penned in the depths of war, were not naive optimism, but a deliberate choice, a refusal to let cruelty define her understanding of humanity. She saw the world with clear eyes, acknowledging its darkness. Yet she insisted on looking for the light. Even when tensions ran high in the annex, when the strain of living in such close quarters frayed tempers, Anne sought to understand rather than condemn. She observed the moods of those around her, the way her mother's quiet sadness contrasted with her father's steady calm. And in her diary, she turned these observations into reflections on forgiveness, patience, and love. Her values were deeply rooted in the idea of self-improvement. Anne was introspective, often wrestling with her own flaws and aspirations. She once confessed, "I can't imagine having to live like Mother, Mrs. Van Don, and all the women who go about their work and are then forgotten." This restless longing for purpose was a driving force in her life. She dreamed of becoming a writer, of leaving her mark on the world, not out of vanity, but from a genuine desire to matter. Writing became her refuge, the place where she could be fully herself, messy, hopeful, defiant, and wise beyond her years. Anne's philosophy was also marked by a profound sense of fairness. She recoiled at injustice, whether it was the broader horrors of the war or the smaller, everyday inequalities she witnessed. She bristled at the way women were often dismissed, writing with frustration about how girls were expected to be demure and passive, while boys were encouraged to be bold. She declared in her diary, her words carrying a quiet but firm insistence on equality. Even in confinement, she resisted the idea that her voice, or anyone's, should be silenced. Over time, her thinking deepened, shaped by the slow passage of days in hiding. The early entries in her diary reveal a spirited, sometimes mischievous girl, recounting school crushes and petty annoyances. But as the months wore on, her reflections grew more contemplative. She began to see herself not just as a victim of circumstance, but as an active participant in her own story. "I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains," she wrote, a testament to her ability to find wonder even in the bleakest moments. This shift was not sudden, but gradual, like the turning of seasons, a quiet evolution from innocence to a more nuanced understanding of life's complexities. One of the most striking aspects of Anne's worldview was her belief in the power of nature to heal and inspire. Though she was cut off from the outside world, she clung to the glimpses of sky she could see through the attic window. The simple beauty of a bird in flight, or the rustle of leaves in the wind, became sacred to her, reminders that life persisted beyond the walls of the annex. In these small moments, she found a kind of peace, a connection to something larger than herself. Her relationship with religion was also thoughtful and deeply personal. Though she was born into a Jewish family, Her faith was not rigid or unquestioning. She pondered the existence of God, the meaning of suffering, and the possibility of an afterlife, with the curiosity of someone trying to make sense of the world. I don't believe that the big men, the politicians, and the capitalists alone are guilty of the war, she reflected. Her spirituality was less about doctrine and more about a search for moral clarity, a way to reconcile the goodness she believed in with the cruelty she witnessed, even in her darkest moments. Anne's humor and wit remained intact. She could laugh at the absurdities of life in hiding, the way Mr. Van Don snored, the ridiculous arguments over food rations. And this lightness was not an escape, but a form of resistance. She understood that joy, however fleeting, was a kind of defiance. Where there's hope, there's life, she wrote. Her laughter, her dreams, her stubborn hope were all acts of quiet rebellion against despair as the war dragged on and the world outside grew colder. Anne's writing became more urgent, more aware of the fragility of life. Yet she never surrendered her belief in the future. She imagined a world after the war, one where she could ride a bike again, feel the wind in her hair, and publish her stories. She even edited her diary with the care of someone who fully intended to be read, revising passages, giving pseudonyms to her companions in the annex, as if preparing for the day when her words would step out into the light. In the end, Anne's philosophy was one of radical hope, not the blind kind that ignores reality, but the resilient kind that insists on meaning, even in the face of meaninglessness. I want to go on living even after my death, she wrote, and in a way she has. Her words continue to whisper across time, a reminder that even in the darkest night, the human spirit can glow like a candle, small, flickering, but unextinguished. So let her thoughts settle over you now, like the softest blanket. Imagine her pen moving across the page, the quiet determination in her heart, the way she carried hope as gently as one might hold a bird in cupped hands. And as you drift toward sleep, may her belief in goodness, her courage, her unshakable light, guide you into dreams as peaceful as the ones she clung to in the attic's hush. The world outside may have been loud with war, but inside, Anne Frank's soul was a sanctuary, and in her words, that sanctuary remains, open to all who need it, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Anne Frank's life, though tragically short, was marked by a series of challenges that would have broken many. Yet, in the quiet of the annex, she transformed her struggles into something luminous, words that would outlast the war, the hatred, and even her own brief time on earth. The obstacles she faced were immense, but the way she met them reveals a spirit that refused to be dimmed. Before the war, Anne was just a girl full of energy and dreams, but the rise of Nazi rule in Germany forced her family to flee their home in Frankfurt and start anew in Amsterdam. Even then, the safety they found was fragile. As a child, she had to adjust to a new country, a new language, and the growing awareness that she was seen as different, unwanted. Yet, in her diary, she rarely dwelled on self-pity. Instead, she wrote about school, her friendships, her crushes, ordinary things that anchored her in a world that was becoming increasingly hostile. Then came the day when the ordinary was ripped away. The Nazis invaded the Netherlands, and the Franks, like all Jewish families, were stripped of their rights, their dignity, their freedom. One by one, the small joys of life were taken from her. No more bicycles, no more walks in the park, no more school with her friends. The yellow star sewn onto her coat marked her as an outsider in her own city. And yet, even then, Anne refused to let hatred define her. She wrote about the beauty of the chestnut tree outside the annex window, the way the sunlight fell across the floorboards, the sound of rain against the roof, small, defiant acts of noticing beauty in a world that seemed determined to erase it. When the call came for her sister Margaret to report for deportation, the family knew they could wait no longer. They vanished into the hidden rooms above Otto Frank's office, a space so cramped that even a misplaced cough could betray them. For over 2 years, Anne lived in near silence, sharing the annex with 7 others, each with their own fears, frustrations, and fraying patience. The walls seemed to press in on them, the air thick with tension. Arguments flared over stolen food, over noise, over the unbearable weight of waiting. Anne, in her teenage years, clashed often with the adults around her, especially her mother, whom she felt didn't understand her. She wrote of feeling lonely, misunderstood, even in such close quarters. Yet, as time passed, her words revealed a growing maturity. She didn't hide from her own flaws. She examined them, turned them over in her mind like pebbles in a stream. It was as if, in the stillness of the annex, she was quietly reshaping herself, smoothing her rough edges through sheer will and reflection. Outside, the war raged on. Bombs shook the city, food grew scarcer, and the fear of discovery was a constant shadow. There were nights when Anne lay awake, listening to the distant thunder of air raids, wondering if she would live to see the end of it. But even then, she filled her diary with dreams of becoming a writer, of traveling the world, of falling in love. She wrote stories, rewrote her diary entries, as if preparing for the life she still believed was waiting for her. Then the unthinkable happened. On a quiet August morning in 1944, the annex was raided. Someone had betrayed them. There was no time to gather belongings, no chance to say goodbye to the home that had sheltered them for so long. Anne, her family, and the others were taken away, first to Westerbork, then to Auschwitz, and finally, for Anne and Margit, to Bergen-Belsen. The conditions were brutal: starvation, disease, the constant specter of death. Yet witnesses later recalled that even there, Anne tried to comfort others. She shared what little food she had, told stories to lift spirits, held on to the belief that one day this nightmare would end. in the end, the war took her just weeks before the camp was liberated. Anne and Margaret succumbed to typhus, their bodies too weak to hold on any longer. The diary she had left behind in the annex was all that remained of her voice, a voice that would have been lost forever if not for the devotion of Miepjai's, who risked her life to save those pages, and yet, in a way, Anne did survive, not in body, but in the words she left behind. Her diary, published as the diary of a young girl asterisk, became a testament to resilience, to the unbreakable human spirit, and in the decades since, her words have done just that, comforting, inspiring, reminding readers that even in the darkest times, hope is a choice we can make. So as you lie here, wrapped in the quiet of night, think of Anne not as a victim, but as a girl who refused to let the world harden her heart. She faced cruelty, confinement, and unimaginable loss. Yet she still found joy in the sound of birdsong, in the act of writing, in the simple belief that people were, at their core, good. Her struggles did not define her. Her response to them did. And in that response, she left behind a light, one that still glows softly in the pages of her diary, waiting for anyone who needs its warmth. Let her story settle over you now, like a whisper in the dark. Feel the weight of her courage, the quiet strength of her hope, and know that even in the face of life's greatest trials, the human spirit can endure. As you drift toward sleep, may her words be a gentle reminder. No matter how long the night, dawn will always come. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the well-known pages of her diary, Anne Frank was a girl of hidden depths, a tangle of contradictions and quiet passions that made her wonderfully, undeniably human. We know her as the voice of hope in darkness, but she was also mischievous, dramatic, and full of restless energy, a girl who loved to laugh, to tease, to dream beyond the walls that confined her. Before the secret annex, before the war forced her into hiding, Anne was simply a bright, spirited child with an insatiable curiosity. She loved collecting postcards of movie stars, pasting them into albums, and imagining their glamorous lives. She adored Shirley Temple, copying her curls and practicing her dances, twirling in front of the mirror with all the joy of a child who didn't yet know the world could be cruel. She was, in many ways, a typical girl of her time, except for the extraordinary mind that hummed beneath the surface, always observing, always questioning. One of her lesser-known passions was fashion. She sketched dresses in the margins of her notebooks, designing elaborate gowns with flowing skirts and delicate details. She imagined herself as a future journalist, yes, but also as someone who might one day walk into a room and turn heads with her style. In the annex, where clothes were rationed and vanity seemed frivolous, she still found ways to care about her appearance, trading outfits with Margaret, pinning her hair differently, writing about how much she missed feeling pretty. It was a small rebellion, a quiet insistence on holding on to herself. She was also deeply competitive, especially with her sister. Margaret was the good one, the obedient daughter, and Anne chafed under the comparison. She confessed in her diary how much it stung when her parents praised Margaret's patience or studiousness. Yet, in the same breath, she adored Margaret, relied on her, and in the annex, their bond quietly deepened. They whispered secrets at night, shared books, and sometimes, just sometimes, let their guard down enough to be silly together. And then there was her love of language, not just writing, but playing with words. She made up nicknames for everyone in the annex, little inside jokes that lightened the tension. She called herself Mrs. Quack Quack in one of her playful moods, signing letters with the silly moniker just to hear Peter laugh. She had a way with puns, too, twisting phrases to amuse herself when the days grew too long. Even in confinement, she refused to let her imagination be caged. Her relationship with Peter Van Pels was another layer of her complexity, awkward, tender, and achingly real. She wrote about their conversations with the breathless intensity of a girl discovering romance for the first time, but she was also self-aware, questioning her own feelings, wondering if she was just desperate for someone to talk to. She didn't idealize Peter. She saw his shyness, his quiet nature, and sometimes even grew impatient with him. Yet in those stolen moments in the attic, they found solace in each other. Two teenagers grasping for normalcy in a world that had taken it away. Food, too, was something she wrote about with surprising vividness. In the annex, where meals were meager and hunger a constant companion, she dreamed of feasts, hot buttered rolls, creamy porridge, the rich chocolate she remembered from better days. She described meals so carefully, so hungrily, that you could almost taste them. It was a small thing, but it spoke to how deeply she savored life's pleasures, even in memory. And then there was her temper. Anne was no saint. She had flashes of anger, moments of frustration where she snapped at her mother or resented the others for crowding her. She wrote about these outbursts with honesty, sometimes regretting them, sometimes defiant. She wasn't always kind, wasn't always patient, and that's what makes her real. She was a teenager, after all, full of stormy emotions and restless energy, forced into impossible circumstances. Perhaps most surprising was her fascination with family trees and royalty. She meticulously traced her ancestry, proud of her German roots, even as the country turned against her. She imagined noble bloodlines, romanticized far-off kingdoms, and wrote fictional stories about princesses and faraway lands. A stark contrast to the grim reality outside her window. It was escapism, yes, but also a testament to her ability to dream beyond her walls. As you settle deeper into the quiet of night, let these small, hidden pieces of Anne linger in your mind, not just the writer, the symbol, the voice of hope, but the girl who loved movie stars, who bickered with her sister, who designed dresses in secret. The girl who was, in so many ways, ordinary, even as her words became extraordinary. And isn't that the true magic of her story? That within the vast shadow of history, she remains not as an icon, but as a person. A girl who laughed, who cried, who wondered about the future, even when the present was unbearable. A girl whose light still flickers, softly, but surely, in the stories she left behind. So as sleep draws nearer, let her be with you in all her complexity, not just the Anne we remember, but the Anne who was, full of contradictions, full of life, forever whispering from the pages of her diary that even in the darkest night, there are still stars. And if you listen closely, you might just hear her laughter among them as you settle more comfortably. Our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. The world Anne Frank was born into in 1929 was one of quiet tremors beneath the surface, a time when the ground seemed solid, but was already beginning to shift in ways no one could yet fully comprehend. The echoes of the First World War still lingered in the air, a faint hum of unresolved tensions, while the roaring 20s danced on, unaware that their glittering party would soon come to an abrupt end. It was the year the stock market crashed in New York, sending shockwaves across oceans, rippling through economies, unsettling lives in cities and towns far removed from Wall Street. Anne arrived in this world in Frankfurt, Germany, a place where the cobblestone streets held centuries of history, where the scent of old books and coffee houses mixed with something newer, something restless in the air. As a toddler, Anne would have known none of this, of course. She would have known only the warmth of her mother's arms, the sound of her sister Margaret's voice, the way sunlight fell in patterns on the floor of their apartment. But beyond those walls, the world was changing. The economic despair of the Great Depression settled over Germany like a slow, suffocating fog. Bread lines grew longer. Jobs vanished overnight. People who had once felt secure suddenly found themselves adrift, searching for someone or something to blame. It was in this soil of fear and uncertainty that the seeds of extremism took root, watered by the rhetoric of a man named Adolf Hitler, whose voice grew louder, more insistent, promising strength, order, a return to greatness. By the time Anne turned 4, her family had already made the difficult decision to leave Germany. The Nazis had risen to power, their ideology spreading like ink in water, staining everything it touched. The Franks, like so many Jewish families, understood that the whispers of hatred were no longer just whispers. They were becoming laws, decrees, violence in the streets. And so they went to Amsterdam, a city of canals and bicycles, where the air smelled of salt and the streets hummed with a quieter, kinder rhythm. For a little while, life was ordinary again. Anne went to school, made friends, learned Dutch so quickly that soon she spoke it without a trace of an accent. She loved going to the cinema, losing herself in the glamour of Hollywood stars, imagining herself in their place. She scribbled stories, daydreamed about becoming a writer, bickered with Margaret over small, sisterly things. But the world outside did not stand still. In 1939, as Anne turned 10, Germany invaded Poland, and the storm that had been gathering for years finally broke. The Netherlands, like so many other countries, hoped to remain neutral, to stay out of the coming catastrophe. But in May 1940, the bombs fell, the tanks rolled in, and the life Anne had known was once again upended. The Nazis occupied Amsterdam, and slowly, methodically, they began to strip away the rights of Jewish citizens. First, it was small things being banned from parks, from trams, from certain shops. Then came the yellow stars, the curfews, the forced registrations. The noose tightened day by day, until the Franks realized they could no longer wait. And so, in the summer of 1942, when Anne was just 13, they vanished, not to another country, not to safety, but into the hidden rooms of an old office building at 263 Prinsengracht. The secret annex, as Anne would later call it in her diary, became their whole world, a cramped, creaking space where every footstep had to be measured, every whisper guarded. Outside, the war raged on. Bombs fell on cities across Europe. Trains rolled eastward, carrying thousands to places whose names would later become synonymous with horror. The news that filtered into the annex was fragmented, unreliable, but it was enough to know that the world was burning. Yet inside those walls, life, ordinary, stubborn life, persisted. Anne wrote in her diary, filling pages with her thoughts, her fears, her dreams. She chronicled the petty squabbles between the 8 people sharing that tiny space, the way the adults exasperated her, the way Peter Van Pels made her heart flutter in a way she didn't quite understand. She wrote about the books she read, the stories she invented, the person she hoped to become when this was all over. And in those pages, she was not a symbol, not a victim, but a girl full of contradictions, full of longing, full of a fierce, unshakable belief in the goodness of people, even as the evidence mounted against it. The war, of course, did not spare her. In August 1944, the annex was raided. The residents were arrested, separated, sent to camps whose names Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, would later carry the weight of countless lost lives. Anne did not survive, but her words did. Her diary, saved by one of the helpers who had risked everything to keep the Franks hidden, was published after the war, first in Dutch, then in languages across the world. And in those pages, the girl who had laughed, who had dreamed, who had wondered at the stars even in the darkest night, became immortal. The world she left behind was forever changed. The war had reshaped borders, ideologies, the very way people thought about humanity. The Holocaust had revealed depths of cruelty previously unimaginable, but it had also unearthed acts acts of breathtaking courage. Ordinary people who hid neighbors, forged papers, smuggled children to safety. The post-war years were a time of reckoning, of trying to rebuild what had been shattered, of asking how such a thing could ever have happened. And in the midst of that, Anne's voice emerged, clear and bright, a reminder that even in the face of annihilation, a single life, with all its quirks, its passions, its small, stubborn hopes, could still matter. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, think of her not as a figure in a history book, but as a girl who once lay awake in the dark, listening to the sound of bombers overhead, wondering if she would live to see the future. Think of her not as a symbol, but as a person who loved movie stars, who rolled her eyes at her mother, who believed, against all odds, that people were truly good at heart. The world she knew was vast and terrifying, but within it, she carved out a space for herself, a space where her words could breathe, could grow, could outlast even the darkest of nights. And in that, perhaps, lies the quietest, most enduring magic of all. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Anne Frank's words, written in secret, in hiding, in the fragile quiet of an attic, would one day ripple outward, touching millions of lives in ways she could never have imagined. At first, the diary was simply a private conversation with herself, a confidant named Kitty, a way to make sense of the fear and longing that filled her days. But after the war, when the pages were carefully gathered and published, they became something far greater, a bridge between the past and the future, a voice speaking across time, reminding the world of what had been lost and what could still be saved. In the years that followed, the diary traveled far beyond the small room where it had been written. It was translated into dozens of languages, read in classrooms, discussed in book clubs, passed from one generation to the next. At first, some hesitated to embrace it. After all, the wounds of the war were still fresh, and many were not ready to confront the horrors Anne's story represented. But slowly, steadily, her words began to change minds. There was something about her honesty, her humor, her refusal to let despair have the final word that made people listen. She was not just a victim. She was a girl with dreams, with frustrations, with a fierce love for life, and in that, she became a mirror, reflecting back the humanity that war had tried to erase. Teachers soon realized the power of her story. In schools across Europe and America, the diary was introduced as a way to teach not just history, but empathy. Students who had only known the Holocaust as a series of numbers, 6 million, countless lives, suddenly had a face to attach to the tragedy. They read about Anne's crush on Peter, her arguments with her mother, her longing to walk freely in the sunshine again, and in those small, intimate details, the unimaginable became personal. No longer was the Holocaust an abstract horror. It was the story of someone their own age, someone who could have been their friend. This shift in perspective, was profound. The diary didn't just teach facts, it taught feeling. And in doing so, it planted seeds of compassion that would grow for decades. Beyond the classroom, Anne's influence stretched into art, literature, and even law. Playwrights adapted her diary into stage productions, bringing her voice to life in theaters around the world. Musicians composed pieces inspired by her words, their melodies carrying the weight of her hope and sorrow. Filmmakers sought to capture the essence of her spirit, crafting movies that introduced her to new audiences. Each interpretation was different, but all shared the same quiet mission: to keep her memory alive, to ensure that the world would not forget. Legal scholars, too, found lessons in her story. In the aftermath of the war, as nations struggled to reckon with the atrocities committed, Anne's diary became a touchstone for human rights. Her belief in the goodness of people, even in the face of overwhelming evil, was a challenge to those who sought justice. How could societies prevent such horrors from happening again? How could they protect the vulnerable, honor the lost, and build a future where no child would have to hide in fear? These were the questions her words raised, and they echoed in courtrooms, in legislative halls, in the drafting of new laws meant to safeguard human dignity. Over time, public perception of Anne herself began to shift. At first, she was often seen only as a symbol, a representation of innocence destroyed. But as more of her writings were published, including her short stories, essays, and even the beginnings of a novel, a fuller picture emerged. She was not just a victim, she was a writer, a thinker, a young woman with a sharp mind and a bold imagination. Scholars began to study her work seriously, analyzing her literary style, her philosophical musings, her precocious insights into human nature. The diary was no longer just a historical document. It was a work of art, worthy of the same respect as any great piece of literature. Museums and memorials also carried her legacy forward. The Anne Frank House in Amsterdam, where the secret annex still stands, became a place of pilgrimage. Visitors walked through the cramped rooms, touched the faded pictures she had glued to the walls, stood in silence where she had once stood. It was a powerful experience, one that made history feel immediate, tangible. Other exhibits around the world used her story as a centerpiece, weaving it into broader narratives about resistance, survival, and the enduring power of the written word. And then there were the quieter, more personal ways her influence spread. Parents named their daughters after her. Writers cited her as an inspiration. Survivors of other conflicts, other persecutions, found solace in her words, recognizing their own struggles in hers. Strangers left flowers at monuments bearing her name. In all these small acts, her presence lingered, a gentle but insistent reminder of what had been taken and what could still be preserved. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about Anne's impact is how it continues to evolve. Every generation discovers her anew, bringing their own questions, their own sorrows, their own hopes to her story. For some, she is a beacon of resilience, proof that even in the darkest times, the human spirit can endure. For others, she is a warning, a call to vigilance against hatred and intolerance. And for still others, she is simply a companion, a voice in the night, whispering across the years, assuring them that they are not alone. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine her words floating softly through the air, like leaves carried on a slow, steady breeze. Think of all the hands that have held her diary, all the hearts it has touched, all the minds it has changed. And remember that even though Anne never lived to see the future she dreamed of, her words did. They are still here, still speaking, still teaching, still healing. In a world that often feels heavy with sorrow, her voice remains light, clear, impossibly young. It is a voice that refuses to be silenced, a voice that insists, even now, on the possibility of goodness. And so, as sleep begins to settle over you, let her story linger in the quiet spaces of your mind. Let it remind you that even the smallest words can have the deepest echoes, that even the briefest life can leave an everlasting mark. Anne Frank was 15 when she died, but in her pages, she is forever alive, laughing, dreaming, writing her way into eternity. And in that, there is a kind of peace, a gentle assurance that no darkness, no matter how vast, can ever fully extinguish the light of a single, stubborn, hopeful heart. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Anne Frank's life, though tragically short, was filled with moments of warmth, humor, and surprising normalcy, even in the midst of unimaginable circumstances. As you drift toward sleep, let these quiet stories from her days unfold gently in your mind, like the turning of pages in an old, well-loved book. One of the most endearing things about Anne was her mischievous side. She was not the solemn figure history sometimes paints her as, but a lively, sometimes exasperating teenager with a sharp wit. In the secret annex, where she and her family hid, tensions could run high. 8 people living in close quarters, always afraid of being discovered, yet Anne found ways to lighten the mood. She once played a prank on the others by setting an alarm clock to go off at odd hours, just to confuse them. When she was caught, she laughed so hard she nearly gave away their hiding place, a moment of pure, careless joy in a world that allowed so little of it. Her relationship with her sister, Margaret, was quieter, but no less meaningful. Margaret was reserved, studious, and obedient, everything Anne sometimes rebelled against. Yet in the pages of her diary, Anne often wrote about how much she admired her sister's patience and kindness. There was a night when Anne, unable to sleep, crept over to Margaret's bed and whispered her fears to her. Margaret, instead of scolding her for being awake, simply held her hand in the dark, a small, wordless comfort that stayed with Anne long after. Then there was Peter Van Pels, the shy boy who shared the annex with her. At first, Anne found him dull and awkward, but over time, their friendship deepened into something tender and tentative. They would sit together in the attic, talking for hours, sharing dreams they knew might never come true. One evening, Anne wrote about how they listened to the sound of rain on the roof, and for a moment, the world outside, the war, the danger faded away. It was just two teenagers, stealing a quiet moment of peace. Even in hiding, Anne clung to the rituals of ordinary life. She celebrated birthdays with whatever small gifts could be found: a second-hand book, a piece of fabric for a new dress. On her 14th birthday, just weeks before going into hiding, she had received her famous red-checkered diary. But what few people know is that she also treasured a tiny glass jar of marbles given to her by a friend. She kept them hidden in the annex, rolling them across the floor when no one was looking, listening to the soft clinking sound they made. A tiny piece of childhood she refused to let go. Food, of course, was scarce, and meals in the annex were often meager. But there were moments of unexpected delight. One of the helpers, Meep Jais, sometimes risked her life to bring them treats: a single apple, a handful of raisins. Once, she managed to find a small cake for Margaret's birthday. The 8 of them divided it carefully, savoring each crumb, pretending for just a little while that they were free. Anne's love of writing extended beyond her diary. She wrote short stories, fairy tales, even the beginnings of a novel. One of her tales, Eva's Dream, was about a girl who wandered into a magical garden, a clear escape from the confined world of the annex. She read these stories aloud to the others, her voice weaving a spell around them, transporting them, if only briefly, to a place without fear. And then there were the small, everyday rebellions that kept her spirit alive. She hated the strict rules of the annex, the forced silence during the day, the inability to run or shout or laugh too loudly. So sometimes, when the others weren't looking, she would dance just a few steps, barefoot on the wooden floor, swaying to music only she could hear. It was her way of remembering that her body was still young, still alive, still capable of joy. Even in her darkest moments, Anne found ways to hope. She wrote about the chestnut tree she could see from the attic window, how it changed with the seasons, how its branches reached toward the sky. That tree, now gone, was a silent witness to her dreams. She imagined a future where she could walk beneath it, feel the grass under her feet, breathe the open air. As sleep wraps around you now, think of these little fragments of Anne's life, not just the sorrow, but the laughter, the mischief, the quiet acts of defiance. Remember that even in the darkest places, she found light. And just as she held on to hope, so too can we, listening to her voice across the years, soft, persistent, unafraid to dream. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. The story of Anne Frank does not end with the closing of her diary, nor does it fade into silence after the final days in the annex, though her life was tragically cut short. Her voice, gentle, wise, and full of longing, continued to speak long after she was gone. It is a voice that has traveled across oceans and generations, carried not just by the pages of her diary, but by the countless hearts it has touched. And as we drift into rest, let us follow the path of her words, slow and unhurried, like the turning of pages in a quiet room. After the annex was discovered in August 1944, Anne, her family, and the others hiding with them were taken away. First to Westerbork, then to Auschwitz, and finally, for Anne and Margit, to Bergen-Belsen. The last months of her life were marked by hardship, hunger, and the bitter cold of winter. Yet, even there, in the crushing weight of despair, those who knew her spoke of her spirit, how she would share her meager rations with others, how she tried to comfort her sister when illness weakened them both. She was 15 years old, still clinging to fragments of hope, still dreaming of the life she had written about in her diary. When the camp was liberated in early 1945, it was too late for Anne and Margit. They had succumbed to typhus, their bodies buried in an unmarked grave, their voices seemingly lost to time. But the diary, the red and white checkered notebook she had filled with her thoughts, her fears, her laughter, had been left behind in the annex. Miep Jais, one of the brave helpers who had kept the hidden families alive, found it scattered among the wreckage after the arrest. She gathered the pages carefully, holding on to them. Though she could not bear to read them at first, she had hoped to return them to Anne one day, to see the girl who had written them come home again. When Otto Frank, the only survivor of the annex, returned to Amsterdam, Miep gave him the diary. He read it slowly, discovering a side of his daughter he had never fully known, her deepest thoughts, her dreams of becoming a writer, her sharp observations about the world and the people around her. It was painful, yes, but also beautiful, like hearing her voice again after years of silence. He knew then that her words were too important to keep hidden. The first edition of Anne's diary was published in 1947 under the title het Achterhuis Asterisk, The Secret Annex. It was a quiet release at first, a modest book that few expected to become anything more than a personal account of war. But soon, readers began to recognize something extraordinary in its pages. Here was not just a story of suffering, but of life, of a girl who laughed, who argued with her mother, who fell in love for the first time, who dreamed of seeing her name in print. She was not a symbol, not just a victim, but a real person, someone whose thoughts could have been their own. As the years passed, the diary traveled beyond the Netherlands, translated into dozens of languages, read by millions. Schools began to teach it, not just as a historical document, but as a lesson in empathy, in resilience, in the quiet strength of the human spirit. Young readers, especially, found themselves drawn to Anne, recognizing in her words the same hopes and frustrations they felt. She became a friend to them, a voice from the past that somehow still felt alive. The annex itself, once a hidden refuge, was preserved as a museum, the Anne Frank House. Visitors walk through its narrow rooms, seeing the pencil marks on the wall where Otto recorded his daughter's heights, the faded movie star postcards Anne had pasted to her bedroom walls. They stand by the bookcase that once concealed the entrance, imagining the hushed whispers, the creak of floorboards under cautious feet. It is a place of memory, of reverence, but also of quiet reflection, a reminder that history is not just made of grand events, but of small, ordinary moments, like a girl writing by a window, watching the chestnut tree outside. It was a wish that, in ways she could never have imagined, came true. Her words became a bridge between past and present, a way for new generations to understand the weight of hatred, but also the enduring power of kindness, of hope. Plays were written about her, films made in her honor, scholarships and foundations established in her name. And yet, amid all this recognition, her voice never lost its intimacy. Readers still feel, when they open her diary, as though they are being let into a secret, as though Anne is speaking directly to them. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about her legacy is how it continues to grow, how her words find new meaning in every era. When students read her diary today, they do not just learn about the past. They see reflections of their own world, of prejudice and injustice that still exist, but also of the courage it takes to stand against them. Anne's belief in the goodness of people, despite everything she endured, becomes a quiet challenge to all of us to be better, to remember, to never let such darkness rise again. And so, as sleep draws near, let us think of Anne not only as a figure of history, but as a girl who once danced in secret, who dreamed beneath the branches of a chestnut tree, who believed fiercely and tenderly in the light ahead. Her story did not end in that cold camp, but in the millions of hearts that carry her words forward. She is remembered not with sorrow alone, but with gratitude for her courage, her wit, her unshakable hope. And in that memory, she lives on, a quiet voice in the darkness, whispering to us still. Close your eyes now and listen. Perhaps, in the stillness, you can almost hear her, the scratch of her pen, the soft turn of a page, the sound of a young girl dreaming of the future. And as you drift into sleep, may her hope become yours, gentle and unafraid, like a light that never fades. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The story of Anne Frank does not truly end with the last page of her diary. Instead, it ripples outward, like a pebble dropped into still water, its waves touching generation after generation. Her words, simple and profound, have become a quiet force in the world, a reminder of resilience in the face of darkness. Though she was only a girl when she wrote them, her thoughts carry the weight of wisdom far beyond her years. And today, they continue to inspire, to challenge, and to comfort. Long after the war ended, her diary was published, first as a modest book, then as a voice that could not be silenced. Schools adopted it, ensuring that children everywhere would learn not just about history, but about the human heart. Teachers read it aloud in hushed classrooms, and students, wide-eyed, recognized something in Anne's words, her frustrations, her dreams, her longing to be understood. She was not just a historical figure to them, but a friend, a sister, a girl who wrote about love and fear in the same breath, and in that way, she became timeless. Over the decades, her influence has taken many forms. Artists have painted her, musicians have composed for her, writers have woven her story into their own, plays and films have brought her words to life, each interpretation adding another layer to her legacy. But more than that, her diary has become a guide for those who fight against injustice, civil rights leaders, activists for refugees, those who stand against hatred. They have all drawn strength from her unwavering belief in humanity. Even in the darkest moments, Anne insisted that people were truly good at heart, and that simple conviction has given courage to countless others. Some have built entire organizations in her name. The Anne Frank House in Amsterdam preserves the secret annex where she hid, its walls whispering with memory. Visitors walk through its narrow halls, touching the faded pictures she once pasted to her bedroom wall. And for a moment, time collapses. They are not just tourists, they are witnesses. The Anne Frank Fonds, founded by her father Otto, ensures that her story is never forgotten, funding educational programs and humanitarian efforts around the world. And then there are the countless smaller gestures. A child reading her diary under the covers with a flashlight. A teacher pausing to wipe away tears while discussing her words. A stranger leaving flowers at her memorial. Her influence has stretched across borders, languages, and cultures. In places where oppression still lingers, her diary has been smuggled, translated, and passed from hand to hand like a sacred text. Young people in war-torn countries have written letters to her, as if she might somehow write back. Holocaust survivors have spoken of her as a symbol of all the voices that were lost, but also of those that refuse to be silenced. Even now, new generations find meaning in her story. In an age of social media, where diaries are replaced by status updates, Anne's reflections feel both ancient and startlingly modern. Teenagers today, scrolling through their phones, might pause and think of her locked away, writing by dim light, trusting that one day someone would listen. And in that way, she bridges time. Her fears are not so different from theirs, the longing to be seen, the frustration of being misunderstood, the hope for a better world. Some have questioned whether her story should still hold such power. Critics argue that focusing on Anne alone risks simplifying the Holocaust, turning an incomprehensible tragedy into a single, digestible narrative. And they are right. In a way, Anne was one of millions. But perhaps that is also why her voice endures. She was not a statistic. She was a girl who loved movie stars, who fought with her mother, who dreamed of being a writer. In her ordinariness, she becomes universal. Her story does not replace the broader history, but opens the door to it, making the unimaginable personal, intimate. And so, as the years pass, her legacy only deepens. Scholars study her diary not just as a historical document, but as literature, as philosophy. Psychologists examine her resilience, her ability to find light in confinement. Teachers use her words to spark discussions about tolerance, about the dangers of silence. Parents read her diary with their children, their voices trembling as they reach the final pages. The tree she wrote about, the chestnut she could see from her attic window, has been replaced by saplings grown from its seeds, planted in cities around the world, living memorials, stretching toward the sky. Perhaps the most beautiful thing about Anne's legacy is how it refuses to be static. It is alive, breathing, shifting with each new reader. A child in Tokyo, a student in Buenos Aires, a grandmother in Cape Town. They all meet her in different ways, and she speaks to each of them differently. For some, she is a warning. For others, a comfort. For many, a call to action. But always, she is a reminder that even in the darkest night, words can be a kind of light. And so, as you settle into the quiet of this moment, let Anne's story linger in your thoughts like the softest whisper. Imagine her pen moving across the page, the way she might have paused to listen to the birds outside, the way she believed, against all odds, in the goodness of the world. Her hope was not naive, it was defiant. And that defiance lives on in every person who reads her words and decides, in their own small way, to be kinder, to speak louder, to remember. The night is deep now, and sleep draws near. Let Anne's voice, gentle but unshakable, drift through your mind like a lullaby. She is not gone. She is here, in the turning of pages, in the rustle of leaves, in the quiet courage of those who carry her message forward. And as you close your eyes, may her hope wrap around you like a blanket, warm and steady, a promise that even in darkness, light persists. Breathe slowly, deeply, and let her words carry you into dreams, a girl's voice, soft but sure, still writing, still believing, still here, wrapped in the comfort of these words. We'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Anne Frank's story is often told in broad strokes. A young girl hiding from the Nazis, writing in her diary, a symbol of hope in the face of unimaginable darkness. And while this is true, the way her life has been remembered over the years has sometimes flattened the complexities of who she was, smoothing out the rough edges of her humanity to fit a simpler, more palatable narrative. Like any story passed down through generations, certain myths and misunderstandings have taken root, obscuring the full picture of her experience. But history is rarely straightforward, and Anne was never just one thing. She was a real girl, with all the contradictions and nuances that come with being alive. One of the most persistent myths is that Anne was always hopeful, always seeing the bright side of life. Her famous line, "In spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart," is often quoted as the definitive summary of her worldview. But to take this single sentence as her entire philosophy is to miss the depth of her writing. Anne was not endlessly optimistic. She had moments of despair, anger, frustration, times when she doubted whether goodness still existed in the world. She fought with her mother, resented the confinement of the annex, and sometimes lashed out in her diary at the people around her. She was a teenager, after all, full of the same turbulence any young person carries. To remember her only as a beacon of unwavering hope does her a disservice. It erases the very real struggles she faced, the days when the weight of her situation pressed down on her until she could barely breathe. Another common misconception is that Anne's diary was written as a deliberate act of resistance, a document meant for the world to read. In truth, she began writing for herself, as many young girls do, filling the pages with private thoughts, dreams, and frustrations. It was only later, after hearing a radio broadcast urging people to preserve evidence of the war, that she considered the idea of publishing her words. Even then, she revised her diary with the intention of shaping it into a novel. Editing out passages she found too personal or unflattering. This doesn't diminish the power of her writing. If anything, it makes it more remarkable. Her words were not crafted for an audience, but born from the raw, unfiltered honesty of a girl trying to make sense of her world. That authenticity is what gives them such enduring resonance. There is also the tendency to romanticize the annex, to imagine it as a quiet refuge where Anne and her family lived in solemn but dignified hiding. The reality was far messier. 8 people shared a cramped space, living in constant fear of discovery. There were arguments, petty tensions, the unbearable strain of forced silence during the day. Food was scarce, and the threat of betrayal loomed over every moment. Anne wrote about the boredom, the longing for fresh air, the suffocating monotony of days that blurred together. To gloss over these hardships is to forget the true cost of survival, the toll it took on her spirit. She was not a saint enduring her fate with serene patience. She was a child who missed running outside, who dreamed of laughter and sunlight, who sometimes broke under the weight of what was happening to her. Perhaps the most harmful distortion is the idea that Anne's story ended with her death, that her legacy is only one of tragedy. It's true that she did not survive the war, and there is no softening that loss, but to reduce her life to its final moments is to ignore all that she left behind. Her words outlived her, traveling across continents, translated into dozens of languages, touching millions of lives. She became more than a victim. She became a voice. And that voice has been interpreted in countless ways, sometimes in ways she might not have recognized. Her diary has been used to teach tolerance, to inspire activism, even to serve political agendas she never could have foreseen. This is the paradox of remembrance. The person becomes a symbol, and the symbol takes on a life of its own. Even the way we picture Anne is often shaped by the most famous photograph of her, the one where she smiles slightly, her eyes bright and knowing. But photographs freeze a single moment, and no one can be summed up by a single image. Anne was also the girl who stuck out her tongue in playful defiance, who scribbled in the margins of her books, who daydreamed about becoming a famous writer. She was messy, funny, impatient, brilliant. She loved movies and gossip, and longed for the day she could ride a bike again. To remember only the solemn, thoughtful Anne is to forget the girl who rolled her eyes, who sighed dramatically, who sometimes just wanted to be left alone. And then there is the broader context of her story, the parts that often go unmentioned. The annex was not an isolated bubble. It existed within a city, a country, a world at war. The people who helped the Franks risked their lives every day. Yet their stories are sometimes relegated to the background. The other victims of the Holocaust, the millions whose names we don't know, are sometimes overshadowed by Anne's singular narrative. This isn't her fault, of course. It's the nature of how history gets told. But it's important to hold both things at once: the power of her individual story and the vast, unfathomable scale of the tragedy she was part of. The diary itself has not been immune to distortion. Over the years, there have been those who questioned its authenticity, who tried to twist her words or deny the horrors she described. These attempts say more about the people making them than they do about Anne. Her words are real. The events she wrote about happened. To suggest otherwise is to dishonor not just her memory, but the memories of all who suffered alongside her. And so, as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, consider Anne not as a myth, but as a person, a girl who laughed and cried, who hoped and doubted, who left behind something extraordinary without ever knowing it. Her story is not a simple one. It is layered, complicated, full of light and shadow. But that is what makes it so human. And maybe, as sleep begins to pull you under, you can imagine her not as a distant figure from history, but as someone who might have been your friend, your sister, your daughter, a real girl, with ink on her fingers and dreams in her heart, writing her truth one page at a time. The night is quiet now, and the world feels softer at the edges. Let Anne's story settle over you like a whisper, not as a lesson or a symbol, but as a reminder that even in the darkest times, people are never just one thing. They are everything they were, everything they might have been, and everything they left behind. And as you drift toward sleep, may you carry that truth with you, gentle, unshakable, and alive. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Anne Frank's life was brief, but her voice has echoed across decades, reaching into the hearts of millions. She was just a girl when she began writing in her red-checkered diary, a gift for her 13th birthday, unaware that her words would one day travel far beyond the walls of the secret annex. In those pages, she poured out her thoughts, her fears, her dreams, her frustrations, and her unwavering belief in the goodness of people. She wrote of longing for the outside world, of missing the feel of wind on her face, of wondering what the future might hold. And though that future was cruelly taken from her, her words remained, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Today, her diary is more than just a historical document. It is a bridge between the past and the present, a way for new generations to meet Anne not as a symbol, but as a real person. Schools all over the world read her story, not just to remember the horrors of the Holocaust, but to understand the individual lives that were lost, each one as full of possibility as Anne's. Her words remind us that history is not just about events, but about people. About a girl who loved movie stars, who bickered with her mother, who dreamed of becoming a writer. Her legacy is not confined to the pages of her diary. It lives in the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam, where visitors walk through the hidden rooms where she and her family lived in silence, where the walls still seem to hold their whispered conversations. It lives in the countless letters left by visitors, many of them young people who see themselves in her, who recognize her struggles, her hopes, her longing to be understood. Her story has inspired books, plays, films, and countless conversations about prejudice, tolerance, and the importance of standing up against injustice. But perhaps the most enduring part of Anne's legacy is the way she makes history personal. She was not a distant figure, a name in a textbook. She was someone who could have been your classmate, your friend. She wrote about things we all understand, feeling misunderstood, dreaming of freedom, wishing for a better world. And because of that, her story does not feel like something that happened long ago. It feels immediate, intimate. When we read her words, we are not just learning about history, we are hearing a voice that still speaks to us, still asks us to remember, to care, to do better. There is something profoundly moving in the fact that Anne, who never got to grow up, has taught so many others how to live. Her diary is not just a record of suffering. It is a lesson in empathy, in courage, in the power of words. She showed us that even in confinement, the mind can be free, that even when the world is at its darkest, hope can still flicker like a candle in the night. And though her life was cut short, her voice was never silenced. As you lie here, wrapped in the quiet of the evening, think of Anne not as a tragic figure, but as a girl who loved deeply, wrote fiercely, and left behind something beautiful. Imagine her laughter, her stubbornness, her quiet moments of reflection in the attic, watching the sky through a sliver of window. Think of how she found joy in small things, a stolen moment with Peter, the sound of birdsong, the feel of a fresh page under her pen. She was so alive, so full of the ordinary and extraordinary magic of being human. And now, as the night deepens and your breathing grows slow and steady, let her story settle over you like a soft blanket. Let it remind you that even the briefest life can leave an indelible mark. That words written in secret can one day speak to the world. That light, no matter how small, can never truly be extinguished. May you carry Anne's hope with you into sleep, letting it wrap around you like a gentle lullaby. May you dream of open windows, of sunlight on notebook pages, of a world where every voice is heard. And as you drift into peaceful rest, remember this: though Anne's story ended too soon, her words remain, a quiet, steady presence in the night, whispering to us still. Sleep now, and let her memory be a comfort, soft as the turning of a page, gentle as the first light of dawn. The world is quiet. You are safe. And somewhere in the hush of history, a girl's voice still speaks, reminding us all to believe in the light. Close your eyes and let her words carry you into dreams.